I did a little bit on this, so we've just got to get to the next 3 checkpoints and the other 2 we need to do. There we go here, and then we'll get to the anomaly. Yeah, we should be able to get it on this stream. I spent about 4 or 5 hours yesterday cleaning up the other ones, not doing the checkpoints, but you know, the little other things I needed to do. That one, discover 8 systems, was not easy because you had to be the first to discover it, obviously. So I had to move up pretty far. And not much of a warp drive on this. Took about 40 minutes alone to do that one. Ridiculous. I'm looking forward to getting my hands on that ship. And then I think there's another one in about another 3 or 4 days. That one I might do a couple of extra streams, shorter streams I suppose, if I have the time. Yeah, I finished that one and lots of the stuff on that is done. I'll show you when we get there. Now. But apparently we get ship from Mass Effect. I've seen it, it looks pretty cool. I've never played the game. Where is it? Should be here on this. I wonder would they let us away with doing these. Huh. We can give it a try. See if we can get some Quicksilver from it. I doubt it will. Yeah, there it is there, I think. That one there. Wonder will it let us do it. Oh, it's a new save. I can't see why not. It would be nice, wouldn't it? An extra 2,200 Quicksilver. Definitely. It will allow us to bring back the Quicksilver, alright. We'll see if it will... Yeah, it might. It might. Yeah, this will be easy. Really, really easy. 1,800 here on this. Now let's see. Mission started. Oh, we've got a well, I've fitted a better warp drive on this. Nice. I might as well. I don't know if we can bring it back with us, the Quicksilver, but yeah, I think we can, the cash and all that stuff. Cash, nanites and Quicksilver. Might as well. Now. Ah, here we go. And these are simple enough. That's the weekend one, that's for the good bit actually. Now let's see. Okay, apparently it's not far. Oh, sugar. I'll have to kill that guy in a second, I think. We're not too bad, we're close enough to the ship. There it is.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Now these ones are real simple. Although we haven't got much of a weapon, do we? Well, let's see if we can get it anyway. Can't be that bad. So basically we go to another place, kill 3 guys, upload that junk and bring it back to him. I won't do the other one, just this one. 1800 is, it's too good to refuse. Right, let's go. The weapon I have is absolute rubbish. Maybe I should have been on the lookout for something better.
Units received.
Okay, where is my ship? No, okay. Let's see if we can call in our ship. Yeah, that's more like it. There. Apparently it was on this planet before. Yeah, I was on this planet before. What's the chances of that? Oh, this is one horrible ship. Now it's going to be a problem getting rid of these guys with this weapon now. Yeah, let's see what we can do. I'll make myself a little hidey hole. This weapon I have is absolute rubbish.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
God, this is a horrible weapon. These ones are not too bad. Alright, let's see, is that enough? No, still another guy left. Oh, you silly bugger. There we go. Oh, hi Terry. And how have you been? Yeah, I thought I'd grab this this quicksilver while I'm here. It was too good of an opportunity to miss. Pretty simple quest, 1800. I should be able to bring it back with me to the main save. I brought up most of the junk from the anomaly. So, what have you been up to? Ah, that's good to hear. Been tired all week. Just can't shake it. Ah. Oh well. Right, let's get back to this guy. And now we get on with the expedition. I think I'll put the squid, extremely rare. I'll put that into storage, and once I get this new ship, I'll probably transfer everything over to that for a while. Playing Crime Scene Cleaner, it's relaxing. Oh, I think I've heard of it. Yeah, indie game. Yeah, I was looking at some of the gaming news today. Apparently, Steam is coming out with their version of a console. Play all Steam games. Yeah, looks like there's going to be a bit of competition. Microsoft had their work cut out for them, to be honest. But still, you know, with their hybrid console, they were kind of treading on Steam's territory. So I think Steam fired the first shot there on that one. Although I was looking at the specs of it, I don't know, maybe it's optimized or something. But it's only got something like 8 VRAM on the chip. So, about 20%, let's say lower than the VRAM on the X series. But I suppose using their operating system, and the CPU is pretty decent. Yeah, we'll see. 4 hours sleep. That's, if I can get that, I'm lucky. Yeah, maximum. But rare. Usually just doze off for a couple of hours. It's gonna be interesting to see this. Oh, where is that guy I'm looking for? There he is. Right, let's give him his junk and get a reward. It's been going on for what, a decade now. You have no choice. You know, you get used to anything. Any kind of conditions, any kind of pain. You know, if you endure it long enough. But, I'd probably average between, I suppose, these days, I seem to be sleeping a bit more. I don't know if that's a good or a bad sign, to be honest. But I'm getting about 5 hours, I'd say. But it's broken, you know. 2 hours and 3 hours, or if I'm really lucky, maybe 4. You know. You know, even if you get a ton of sleep, you know, if you don't get it all at once, it's useless. You know, your body's got to regenerate. You've got to hit hit REM. You know, rapid eye movement. It's when your body starts to kind of repair itself, and it's when you start to dream. Apparently, there's a very rare disorder. People who can't get REM sleep. They only live to, you know, somewhere maybe 3 decades, 3 to 4 decades. Very important. Yeah, you get used to it. What tends to happen then is you'll kind of doze off for a couple of hours at unusual times. You know, just keep going till you drop. Ah, here he is. Collect my 1800, dude. Come on. I thought it was gonna bug out me there for a moment. There, let's get out of here. Yep. If that other one is easy for 400 guys, we'll do it. It'd be nice to bring back some quicksilver from this. That's it. So what have we got anyway? We got this from Expedition 160. That should get us to almost 2,000. Almost fell asleep, yeah? I'm not surprised. It'd be nice to bring back this. I did the other expedition and I didn't bother really. Anyway, it seemed to bug out. I couldn't seem to start it. Maybe they changed the rules. Oh, there's 3 of them. Nice. Now let's see. Oh, that's nice. There's another 800 here up for grabs if it's... Oh, there's still 3. Are you kidding me? Nah. Nah. We won't bother. We'll do it later. If we get stuck for time. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of messing about for... Even if you do all 3, it's only 1,200. Yeah, you buy the junk from him. Obviously my other stuff won't be there. Right, let's do this. Well, I need to leave here, so go back to our last setting. That is a horrible ship. That's probably the ugliest one in the game. Now, okay. Right, expedition. I'll show you what I've done. So, this is phase 1. Remember, all we had to do was just get to the rendezvous point, so I did that. So, on phase 2, I've got all of this done. All we've got to do is get to the rendezvous. 4, all of that junk as well. Yeah, that was nasty little one, that. Rendezvous on that, so I didn't do anything on this. I hadn't really the time anyway. This isn't some kind of gibberish. So, I reckon, I don't know, do we get some kind of translator or something for this? Yeah, probably they'll force us to make a translator. Oh, they'll give us the details once we get there anyway. Let's see. Yeah, we can't even click on it. Yeah, okay. So, this is the one we want here. Okay, system pad, blah 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 blah. Right. Now getting to those will be quick enough. Oh, I wouldn't know much about that. That's something you need to talk to with your, you know, your GP or something. And that would be down to, you know, certain phobias. Oh, it wouldn't bother me that much. But, you know, I'm different. You'd want to talk to, you know, maybe a therapist or something. Terry, for that, I wouldn't have any kind of training in that, you know. But it's just a drunken sod. These kind of things happen all the time. That's what the world is like, you know. But it never hurts to have company, you know, when you're going out. Oh, hi. Hi, Wolf. And how are you? This is your weekend off, isn't it, I think? Yeah. Yeah. No, just a drunken idiot in a store. I don't really think much more than that. But it never hurts to be cautious and aware, you know, when you're going out, Terry. But from what I remember of the UK, you know, even going outside as a guy, let's say in certain parts of, you know, around London and Watford, you know, not a wise thing to do. I remember I got stranded at a nightclub one time. I was taking a shortcut across a park and across an estate. Seen a couple of guys walking behind me wearing long top coats, which was very unusual. But you know, once I got around the corner where they couldn't see me, I kind of ducked in, and they start running in the other. Well, they kept running, and they were pulling out machetes. I don't know what that was about. I don't know. Maybe it was mistaken for somebody else. I doubt it. If it was a mugging, it was a bit of an overkill. I'm good. Oh, working this weekend. Ah. Oh, hi, Cajun. And what have you been up to? I think he might have hit the button by accident. It's very easy to do. Yeah, it's a timeout thing. It's right on the side of the thing. I'm sure it was an accident, Derry. Oh, hi, Green Villain. And how have you been? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Godzilla. Yeah, when you're doing the screen, you know, all of those little things are together. I've done it a few times by accident myself. You've come for the raid. And welcome. Yeah, we're doing the Expedition 2. This is No Man's Sky. Yeah. I was actually playing Medieval Dynasty, but there's just a few days left on this, and I think we get a ship from it. Yeah. But I've done most of the objectives, and you know, just you know, coming in, and you know, I don't want to miss it. Apparently, there's another one next week. I think every November to do a few. I think they call it Redux expeditions. You know, for new players that didn't get you know, the other missions at the start of the game. Yeah, this is No Man's Sky. This is on a new save. Hi, Desert Punk. How are you? Yeah, it has been. For me as well, yeah. But I was looking into, apparently Steam guys are releasing a kind of living room, kind of small PC. I think they're calling it the Steam Machine. It looks like Xbox, Sony are going to have some competition, and it's about time. That's good news, to be honest. But I was looking into the specs. It's only got about 8 VRAM. I don't know, maybe they've optimized it or something. But console has been, you know, pretty toxic for a long time. Steam, yeah, they're doing their own kind of living room box. You know, you couldn't go onto a console. You know, it's about half the size of the X series, a similar shape. Well, if they're selling a box, Cajun, that goes under your TV. You can play any game on it. I think there will be a bit of competition. Like Sony or Xbox are making a hybrid console where you can play, PC games. Well, it'll be competition for hardware at the very least. But the console thing was never really a thing, really, was it? Probably, yeah. Oh, the price. Yeah, it's probably going to be scoldy, I'd say, guys. But it would be a nice kind of in between thing, if you know what I mean. If you weren't quite ready to, go from console, I suppose, to Steam. But the VRAM though, 8. The X series has about 10, I think. Yeah, they did. Yeah, people weren't ready for it, to be honest, because Game Pass and that they were pretty decent, and the games weren't so bad. Now the games are kind of rubbish, and the prices are sky high, and people just want to get better games. Well, to be honest, I think they can all kind of do it together. Microsoft have a habit of messing things up big time, but we'll see how it goes. But the way it is anyway, the more competition there is, the better it is. When Linux, let's say, took a lot of Windows users, let's say after the abandonment of Windows 10, it started to wake up Microsoft a bit. But it's horrible, Microsoft had it their own way for such a long time. So you get lazy, you don't want to fix things, much like BGS. When people will buy their games, no matter what slop it is, they've got no incentive to do anything better. But yeah, that's good news for everyone. Who doesn't want to play whatever game they want, not to be stuck in on a platform, let's say, where you got to buy at their prices and the stuff that they want you to have. 3 years. Oh, that's a good price. Yeah. Oh, you can't fail with that occasion. Yeah, mine was as well. That was when they came out. Yeah. Well, all consoles, I think, let's say, they've been outdated for quite some time. They were okay for people like me, and older people, but I think, people now 18, 19, 20, getting into the workforce, a little bit of time to spend, maybe they're not so interested in consoles anymore, And then, let's say, the consoles having, multiplayer, behind paywalls and stuff, really, too expensive. Yeah. Anything in the US, electronics is in politics. Yeah. I don't know. They've been written off so many times, Cajun. I think I've heard that over the past decade, maybe 100 times. They shoot themselves in the foot, absolutely. Sometimes, the best Xbox was ever doing really was, on the back of the 360. But I think the real problem is, it's costing too much, guys, to make games. The companies, they've got too many people. They're taking too long. They're dealing with God knows what. Mismanagement mostly, to be honest. Games costing 2, 3, 400 million, it's ridiculous. So this thing about, I don't know, locking a game and not being able to sell it to as many people as possible, that's going to kill your company pretty much. So now it's more about keeping them, I suppose, on your platform. But this is good news, Any new competition is good news. Oh, brutal management, yeah. I seen on Twitter one of the ex-CEOs of Xbox was criticizing their hybrid console. But then again, how could you even listen to him? he was shilling for them, let's say, when he was working for them, and then he was let go twice, I think. So you could kind of, write him off as a disgruntled employee, to be honest, you know. But I can see the business sense, to sell as many copies of a game as possible now that they're going, heavy into the games thing. Selling it on Steam, selling it on Sony, on, well, every console really. I think it's the way of the future, guys. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But we're kind of dying off now, Desert Punks. Yeah. But you've got to admit, let's say, having a small console-like hybrid PC thing where not only can you play games from Xbox, but you can also play games from Sony, and you can play games from PC. Obviously not all. I don't think that box will be able to take it, to be honest. But you get a better choice. And, more competition, so you'll get cheaper games. So, good news. Well, Steam has built up a reputation. I've never played on Steam, but I've read up a lot about it. And, of course, my sons have been on Steam for a long, long time. They've built up a kind of community and a kind of system where, when people want something, they'll go with it. They'll even go as far as, try and protect their customers. And then you'll see, Microsoft coming out making promises that they'll never keep, jacking up prices, and I won't say telling lies, but twisting the truth. Making promises they know they can't keep. They're all basically corporations, but the Steam platform seems to be a lot more friendly. I've heard people, say that Steam is a monopoly, which I don't think that's true because they've got competitors, they've got GOG, and they've got 5 or 6 more. They say this because so many people will go to Steam. I think about 70% of games will go through Steam, but maybe it's just people don't like it there more. Maybe they trust Steam more. So if you give customers what they want, try and make it as cheap as possible, be as helpful as possible. Yeah, no surprise, most people will go to your platform. Come out with recertification console. Yeah, I'm sold. Yeah, so that's why I bought a good desktop now. Nice. Yeah. Right. Okay, let's do this, guys. But I've heard this coming out in early 2026. Sony want to do one as well, apparently, in Xbox. No word from Nintendo. But Nintendo's probably sitting back and seeing how this goes. I've seen corporations do this before. So if, the money starts rolling in, Nintendo will be next. Yeah. Anyone hear the latest news about Ubisoft? Yeah. They postponed their quarterly review. That said it would, have a meeting with shareholders. This would be the midterm one. But not only have they done that, but they have suspended trading on their stocks as well. So something big is going to happen there, and it's not going to be good. Yes. Yeah, the stock is suspended. They suspended that until after their announcement, which is kind of suspicious because didn't they transfer all of their good IPs over to another little thing they set up? Yeah, I did say it, guys, about 6 months ago what was going to happen. But no crystal ball there. Typical corporate move. When a company is on the verge of bankruptcy, see no way out. And it's pretty much like a guy getting a divorce, and he would put all his stocks and savings, you know, in his mum's name. So then when he's brought to court, let's say by his wife, you know, well, I haven't got anything, kind of thing, you know. Yeah, I could never understand that to be. How could I put this? To be so fond of a corporation, you know. Zelda, yeah. I suppose there is a kind of how could I put this? A nostalgia, obviously, with consoles, especially for older guys like me, and especially games. You know, I have a lot of sentimentality. Let's say when it comes to the likes of, you know, Oblivion and Skyrim, you know, New Vegas and Fallout 4. That's the only thing that's keeping that kind of nostalgia. The only thing that's keeping BGS alive. You know. 64. I remember them. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Xenoblade. I never understood what people like about those games. There's a lot of games out there, let's say, that wouldn't be my taste. I could never kind of get into the kind of, you know, those overview, those kind of top ones, the likes of Diablo kind of stuff. But, you know, not every game is for everyone. You know, it doesn't mean that they're not. It doesn't mean they're good or bad. It's just, you know, we all have our particular types of games we like. It usually depends on what we started playing with. Like daytime TV. I suppose a lot of them would be nostalgic to some people as well. Right, guys. But that's the latest. But I think that's good news for everyone. For people on Nintendo, for people on Sony, you know, on Xbox. One more guy selling, you know, some hardware. We'll see how it plays out. Never understood the hype of Half-Life. I never played that one. Did you like the first one? Now, let's go. I would have felt a little bit better, let's say, if the one from Steam coming up maybe had another 50% more VRAM. Or even, let's say, you know, the same as the X series. But I suppose that would be optimized. Okay, where's this, Okay, hang on. Oh, there it is down there. God, that's a good bit down, isn't it? Yeah, there it is there. Okay. Let's go. But there's a lot of games out there, let's say, very, very successful, and, you know, well-made games. But, you know, some of them, yeah, it's just something I wouldn't be interested in. Maybe. But YouTube is alive with, with, some strange people. And that's the problem with YouTube too. When you click on a certain video, it will keep spamming you with the same kind of content. Right, let's hit this guy. But the next 5 years will, I think we'll see a lot of changes.
Storm clearing.
About time. Ah, come on, land. Horrible little ship. Ah, is this where we're going, is it? No, it's this way, actually. Right. I don't know, it looks like a decent planet. We'll go for a walk. The same could be said, I suppose, with Morrowind, let's say, and BGS.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Why not? Let's grab a few of these while we're here.
Units received.
Make our mark. Well, the kind of games I prefer would be a large open world. Exploration, decent progression. Story obviously is a bonus. But you'll never find a game will tick every box perfectly.
Units received.
Some are better than others, obviously. Alright, let's go. What have we got here? We don't need any of this junk. Yeah, it does. You know, the kind of games you start off playing, let's say. You know, let's say if you came on the scene, got your first console, maybe the time of the Oblivion release, you know. That was special in its day. Even with all its bugs, you know. Much like music can be the same. You know, you hear a song or a tune or it kind of brings you back to those days. Absolutely nostalgia. But that's the thing about people's favorite games. It's a combination of you know, how good the game was and
Units received.
the memories. And BGS have been milking that nostalgia real good. A typical example would have been the remake of Oblivion.
Units received.
But apparently the anniversary Fallout 4 was a massive disaster. People couldn't even load the mods. I think at some stage, I think they were paying like 40 or something for it. Yeah. Oh. Didn't they apologize? I think it's the first time I've heard BGS apologize for anything. It must be bad. Oh, hi Jules. Not too bad, not too bad. And how have you been? Oh, I remember that, yeah. They started that split screen thing, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That's going back a bit, isn't it? Yeah, I think I remember that one. I think I played that back in the day, to be honest.
Units received.
So, how's your week starting off, Jules? Anything interesting? uh, now, let's see. Ah, here we go.
Units received.
Ah, okay. There's a ton of little guys here. Let me see. I might as well hit him up while we're here. I think we're good now. Right. Where are we off to? Alright, this is a check-in point. I've got all of the other stuff done. All the way up to the last two. So I don't have to waste too much time. Yeah, I remember the split screen. That's what kind of stands out. Oh. Okay. Right, let's collect our reward. Oh, that's it. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, Donkey Kong. No Man's Sky, but the most of it is looking for Earth-like planet. Yeah, you get planets alright, you know. But I've been to a lot of planets that say, you know, where it would be green and that, but the color texture in this, you say Earth-like, you know, obviously need a moon as well. There's some decent ones. But to get something really Earth-like would be pretty hard, I'd say. On Android, yeah, I've been playing Atom RPG and it's so good. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. It's horrible when something like that happens. Ah, you're kidding me. I really need to get that recharging thing on that stupid ship.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
421 and we'll have to run back to it. I should have charged it before I got out. Back in the old save I've got one that does an auto charge. Okay, let's get back to it. Stupid. I remember the old game alright. It used to be in arcades one time back in the... It was in the 80s. Oh, I did a few upgrades to the suit, but not much. That my ship? It is. Okay. Now let's get inside. There, we'll be safe from the elements. Now, let's get a reward. Let's see what it is. I kept trying survival normal, it gets too easy on normal, but I kept dying. It's like any game. If you've got enough junk, you know, stored up, it's pretty easy. Yeah. It's just all about grinding the character, you know, getting the upgrades. Yeah, it'd be pretty good. I suppose pretty old. Now, let's get that reward and we see what it is. There it is there. Collect reward. 1,000 nanites. Oh! Another 160 quicksilver. We'll make something from this. 5 inventory slots. I think I brought over some junk for that. Oh no, we'll get them. There we go. Now, collect the rewards here. And what is that? Wayward cube plans. What's a wayward cube? Well, we're gonna find out.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Now, right, we need to get to the other rendezvous point. I've done all the junk in between when I had a couple of hours, so it wouldn't hold us back too much. So, that's the second phase. You see what I've done here? Oh, the fleet missions. I gotta get back to the stupid, Yeah. There's 2 coming in. I knew I forgot something today. The stupid fleet missions. Sugar. Okay. Yeah, it should have been done.
Technology recharge.
Stupid. Hopefully there's one that will go quick. I forgot about the fleet missions. Yeah. Now, let's see, is there some kind of space station here? Well, we get out of the atmosphere. Or older, yeah? Let's see. Yeah, there is actually. 2-star Kovac system. Here it is. Yeah, we'll be able to nip back to the ship. Get the 2 fleet missions that come in. I didn't get a warning about that. I was in here today. I could have collected those 2, sent out the other one. That would have been my 3 missions, and we would have been done. Now we won't be able to finish that phase until whatever ship we send out comes back. Stupid. And we have tomorrow anyway. There it is there, caught by the stars. Oh, the freighters I got were rubbish. It's lucky I brought over some stuff to sell. I spent it all on rubbish freighters. Right, well, we'll go straight back to that thing and we'll bring in those ones. And then we can come back here. What's the name of this terminus anyway? Discovered by Hello Games. And it's, what's it called? Blow saw platform, okay. Make sure we get right back here. There it is. Oh, hang on. I think I might have sent out 3. Oh yeah, I always go with that piece of rubbish. There's a new one coming up on this. Yeah, it's brutal. But I like to kind of stick with the one they give me. You won't be bringing them back anyway, so... Atari. I think I've played them all. Yeah, they're usually rubbish. Did I send out 3 or... I'm not sure, I don't think I had enough ships. This is a mess. Hang on, let's see. Okay, we go in this way. There it is. Ah, I only sent out 2. Silly. Well, this will be 1 anyway. Yeah. Isn't that a pity? There might be 1. Sometimes you're lucky you get 1 that's like for an hour. Yeah, I don't think I had enough ships. That's 2. Okay, we just need 1 more. That's brutal. Let's see what this guy's got down here. Yeah, sometimes there's some really short expeditions. Oh my... Are you kidding me? You see this here, 21 hours. Listen carefully. I've been doing these on my main save. I've been doing these fleet expeditions every day. I've probably done about 300. I've never seen anything above 8 hours. And now, look at this one. 21 hours. 6 hours. 16 hours. Never even... I think 6 hours was the most I've ever seen. The shortest one there, guys, is 4 hours. That is horrible. 4 hours then to complete that. That's ridiculous. We'll be on in 4 hours time anyway. We're gonna have to do... Yeah, what can we do? I don't know, what can we even do the other steps? We could be stuck on this, guys, over this stupid thing. I have no choice. 7, 16. Kidding me. Okay. This is the rubbish I have. Okay, the most firepower. Oh, hang on, let's see what... Well, it's not too bad, at least it's a 1 star. It's the only 1 star there as well. Oh, I had 1 gem. Oh my. Well, they're the strongest ones we have. They are complete rubbish. Longstrand expedition. 4.5 hours, guys. Yep. That's how long it's gonna take to take that thing out. I was in here today and I meant that I could have had this done. I forgot all about this stupid thing. I was almost sure I sent out 3 ships, but apparently not. That's a problem, Mona. Can we get some of the other stuff done? Yeah, there it is, 2 of 3. It's doable, but yeah, we're kind of stuck on this now. Will it let us go on and do the other stuff, and then we could kind of come back and do phase 3? I don't think it will allow us to go to phase 4, will? Oh, we can't stay here for 4.5 hours. Stupid thing, I thought I did that. Okay, we'll see if we can... I don't think it will let us, will it? Do the other ones. Yeah, okay, actually tell you what we go. We do the 4th one, we'll come back and do the 3rd. We'll get to that system anyway, but we won't log in. We won't even touch that system. I can't believe I missed that one. Stupid. It's doable, it's just that mission will take 4.5 hours. I don't think I had enough ships. Here, let's check in on this one, and then we can go back and do 3. Yeah. Yeah, might be able to do it that way. I can't see it bug out because of this. We should be okay. No problem, Cajun. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. And you too. I hope you have a great weekend. And nice having you here, Cajun. Bye. Nearest system. Nearby system. Rendezvous 4. Yeah, okay. That's the nearest system. Yeah, 4.5 hours for that fleet mission to come back. I was almost certain I sent out 3 ships. Well, I probably didn't have enough ships. I probably meant to come in and get those earlier today and send out this one. If I had realised that 4 or 5 hours ago, we could have had that little thing done. I don't know, if we do most of this, and then we can go back and do that one, we'll probably get this done on this train. I want to get my hands on that ship. I have more of a storage base. There's so much to do on this. What I wanted to do was eventually... I'm so into the exploring in this, it's hard to break away from it. But I want to do... they put in some deep oceans in this. I want to do something underwater. I was hoping they'll come out with some more base pieces. I was in no rush to do it, you know? Yeah. Just that one I have, let's say, for storage. Oh, hi, Hufflepuff. Yeah, pretty good. But that's on my main save, Yanko. But nothing here, because it's only just a temporary thing. So, how's the weekend for you so far? How are the doggos? Yeah, okay, we'll do the 4. We'll have to go back to 3 when that other one comes in. I mean, when you own a settlement, you have to semi-passively construct the buildings, not your base. Yeah. Oh, the settlements. You mean? Yeah, I have. I've got 4 of them. The max, Yako. 1 for each species, and then one for the autophage guys. Yeah. They're all maxed out on an S, and each one of them is in a different galaxy on a paradise planet. Yeah, just to make it interesting. Because, as I said, every day I come in here for about an hour just to relax on this. Maybe in the future we'll have to go dirt cheap, to be honest. Yeah. It would probably have to go dirt cheap. Yeah. But yeah, I did the settlement things. You're only allowed 4, Yanko. Going well, nice, just started. And they're good. Ah, that's good. Yeah? Yeah, I had to put Rex in the cage, he's not feeling well. He's been getting sick a lot. And I have him on the antibiotics and stuff, but I think it's just old age, you know? It takes ages. Yeah, but when you come in every day, it's not really a problem. But it does, it takes ages. But it's not too bad, you know? It's not a great mechanic, to be honest, and there's no real need for it. But just because it's there, I kind of did it, you know. Yeah, and we'll get back to the main save. I'll show you the 4 I have. Can't see it here on this save. Not really, a Hufflepuff, but I suppose if I was stuck for a game and it was going really dirt cheap, I might try it out. I seen some of the gameplay and it's kind of, you know, kind of thing. I don't know. It's probably a good game. It's just not really my thing. I much preferred Obsidian, let's say, you know, back when they had the older developers. You know, when they were doing that stuff like New Vegas. It is, but I've maxed out my money. 4.5 billion or 4.7 billion or whatever it is, and from doing the fleet missions, you know, more money than I can ever spend. I usually, like, you know, every time I come in here every day, I probably destroy about maybe 50-60 millions worth, you know. They can be a little buggy as well, yeah, cool. It might be like Fallout. I watched the gameplay, yeah. I don't know, it just didn't feel right, you know. And then they want 70 for it, and it's a game that's absolutely not worth 70, you know. But they made a statement, the CEO on that, whatever his name is, and he was saying that they don't want to do Fallout games, which is ironic, really, or they don't want to do Skyrim-like games. You know, they've got their own identity, he said, and they're following that. But for a company that that doesn't want to do Fallout games, they're trying to emulate it a lot. I think maybe Todd put the stop on that, to be honest. Because if you remember back that trailer that I had for Avowed, talk about misrepresentation. You remember the trailer for that one? It looked like it looked really good, to be honest. It looked like a cross between Oblivion and Skyrim. Oblivion with better graphics, you know. I was really looking forward to Avowed, and then a long time after, they kind of backtracked. Yeah, it did. It looked on the first trailer they had, but that was like if I showed you a video of a Porsche, Yakko, and I said that's what you were getting, and then let's say, you know, when it came, it was actually a Mini Minor or, you know, a Skoda kind of thing. But I heard rumors that Todd put a stop to it, so, you know, they had to do something different. Or Lada, yeah. That really ticked me off. But Avowed, I don't know. Check out a video, guys. You'll see what I mean. Check out a video called, should be on YouTube. It's called Oblivion versus Avowed. VS versus, not the full thing. The guy is not talking in it. He just kind of shows the physics in it. You know, the bow and NPCs and stuff like that. It's shoddy. Yeah. It reeks of laziness, you know. I don't know what the story is like. And then, you know, you had a lot of them saying, one guy in particular, I think he was a senior art guy in that, you know, not that it made a difference to me in buying it, but he said he didn't want, you know, guys like us to be buying the game, that we could, you know, basically take a running jump. Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But I think that's, well, I don't know, BGS doesn't have anything in the works really, except Skyrim they're working in the next 4 or 5 years. So I think we'll be getting a few. a few more remasters. Yeah, they'll live on their past glory, I suppose. Like a rock band, you know, going on one last tour. Again. uh, can't say I didn't see it coming, to be honest. Yeah, 90 years of age, wheeling in a wheelchair. We need to pay our taxes. And our alimony. Oh my. But how many times, guys, have we heard Todd say he would never do a remake of any of his games? Yeah, Microsoft put a stop to that one. Get out there and make some money. Oh my. The gaming industry is... it's a circus. It really is. It's an absolute circus. Oh my. Well, that's what money does, guys. You know, you get into an industry where it's a gold mine. You know, for anyone that got in at the right time. Made a couple of good games. You know, got a decent fan base. You know. But, I don't know. I think the younger generations won't be so into, you know, sticking with a games company. You know, like the older guys did. You know, like the guys that follow the likes of Fallout and the Elder Scrolls. You know, they'll stay for a little while and then they'll just move on. I suppose is the way it should be. You know. Now let me get something to drink. Now, in theory, we should be able to warp back in another space station. You know, back to stage 3. We'll see, can we manage stage 4? I don't think we've got to do them like A, B, C. But we can't finish stage 3 until that last ship comes back in. Because I forgot about that little one. So we're going for that one. Yeah, here's stage 3. So that's the check-in, but you see this one? I've sent out another ship. I didn't have enough to do all 3. I was supposed to come back in earlier today, collect those, and then send the ships back out again on the last mission. Forgot all about it. I was doing a little bit on Medieval Dynasty. And totally forgot that one. So we're heading for this, aren't we? We'll try stage 4. Let's see how that works. Right. Now I actually did a bit on the warp system on this. We should be able to go in one go. Look at that. Yeah, there we go. Is that the one, is it? Apparently it is. Ugliest ship ever. Oh, where is it? Will it let us even do 4? It might, it might. Okay. I don't know, I don't see it. No, it's not showing up, guys. It's on one of the planets, but it's not showing up. Here, let's see. Yeah, it's here, alright. You see how it's not popping up? I think we're in trouble. I don't know, what can we do? We'll have to do something, won't we? Here, let's buck in here for a moment. I think I have some junk to sell. No, it won't show up. It won't let us until we do trade. Hardly guessed. I messed up with that stupid thing. I should have sent it out about 4 hours ago. They do, don't they? Yeah. But there's upgrades you can get that really fix that. You know, my ship is kind of off the charts on everything. Not that you'd really need it that much. I'd love if there was a better targeting system in this game, or even if you could get some, you know, upgrades for, you know, better targeting. Okay, let's see. Okay, we'll see if we have anything to sell. I'll tell you what we'll do. There's a couple of Quicksilver quests we'll do. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. They're basically all the same, but just, you know, they've got different attachments. There's the normal ships in the game. Then the exotics, or they're called royals. But I thought that was it, Yako. And then I accidentally bumped into a squid in a 2-star system. Yeah, a green one. Apparently very rare. I checked it up and it said 1,000,000 to 1. I doubt it's 1,000,000 to 1. But apparently very rare. It's the only one I've ever seen. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I seen it. I didn't even know there was different ones. Well, most of this junk I might actually need. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, I want those. I was fixing something. Okay. We'll have to find something to do. Because the check-in point is not showing up because we didn't finish the 3rd. Apparently it is ABC. I've searched for years. I think I took a screenshot of where I found it. I discovered the station, so I must have been the only one to ever find it in that station. But it's not in this galaxy. I've done about 4 or 5 galaxies. I think it's the 4th one out. But I had a screenshot of it somewhere. Kind of like Minecraft, yeah? Yeah, it won't let us check in, guys. You can't blame it, really. You know, you can't finish stage 4 while stage 3 is there. Okay. Let's get back to the other platform where we checked in. Yeah, we'll get back there, and what we'll do is we'll pick up some of the Quicksilver quests. That I can bring back with me, and it's pretty decent. There's still a good few bits and pieces I want to buy. And there's a few upgrades I might as well do. Shall we look for another ship? Maybe. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a better ship. Right, let's go for it. There it is. Okay, what about number 3? Let's see. Yeah, we're stuck on number 3, guys, because of that stupid thing. So we just get to about there. Now. Okay, we just go back there. Corvette, yeah. I've been just gathering the parts and stuff. Mostly in this game I've been exploring it. It's strange. It never gets old for me. And then I only come in an hour or something. You know, the Medieval Dynasty has been taking up a lot of my time on that one. So I want to, when I get the time, I want, you know, a good few hours to experiment with it. But I've been finding, what I've been doing as well, they've been updating a lot with new parts, which is kind of cool, yeah, cool. Now, the problem with building a ship on this, unlike Starfield, is each part you use in the ship, it goes into your technology slot. Most of them, yeah. So, it's definitely set like that, so, you know, you can't overdo it. So, if you want a good weapon system and the shield, you couldn't be doing it too big. That's the only problem I find with it. So we got some time to kill while this ship comes in, unfortunately. I was hoping I'd get one for about an hour or something, but... So, if we're gonna hang around here for a while, we might as well make some money. Well, not money, but quicksilver that we can bring back. We can trade it back on our main save. We need some pearls as well, and we'll see about it. Well, I'm not gonna. Well, I suppose we could upgrade this because we could transfer it to another ship if we find one. I suppose we could. Let me see. Yeah, you see what I mean? There's plenty to do here, alright. Not really what I wanted to do, but if we do these, we'll get 1200 quicksilver. And that I can bring back with me. Okay, ooh. I'll tell you what we'll have to do with this one. We'll have to do it old school, because I haven't got my weapon or proper defense. We'll take it out, we'll dig a tunnel, we'll hide. Yeah. Usually I just go in and kill everyone, but the weapon I have is rubbish. Yeah, at any size you would leave the pilot seat over a planet, highlight the path, but you never land and fly back into the hatch. Oh, and it's there. Yeah, but what happens with me is when I'm sending out the fleet, I send out 5 of them every day with 5 ships on each, and they come back with a ton of junk. I've got a massive container full of it. Yeah. It's kind of done automatically. Yeah, whenever I get back to main save, I'll show you. Plus the money I have, it's unbelievable. I can buy whatever I want. I can spend $500 million and get it back within an hour. You know, or just, let's say when I'm not here, just keep sending out the fleet. Pretty easy. And once you kind of build up in the game. This will be a little harder than usual for me now because I've got a rubbish weapon and rubbish defense. Yeah, the fleet will come back with parts. Not all the time, sometimes. Also shooting pirates will give you Corvette parts. Yeah, 1 second, wait, there's the stops. Now, they're everywhere. Fleet missions will bring them back. Shooting pirates and systems, you'll get them. Doing, you know those containers? Those, they look like technical containers. The ones in yellow, where you get the other junk. They're in that as well. You'll even pick them up when you're looting abandoned freighters. They're everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, they're everywhere. Plus you can buy them as well. They're almost everywhere. Yeah, they've added them to everything. So that's 4 ways you can get them out from buying them. Fleet missions, killing pirates. Just pick up some of the quests you get in some of the pirate stations and some of the other places. They'll send you out to kill some pirates. You'll get a good few from that. So pirates, fleet, you'll get them in the containers, not the technical ones, the same shape they show up in yellow. You'll get bits of junk, in them. There's tons in that. If I see one here, I'll show you. And where else? You get them on abandoned freighters, but that would be, too grindy. Probably the quickest way to get them would probably be the containers. Yeah, you get a good few on that.
Alert. Navigational data received.
And I'm literally only doing this because we have got to wait for that other stupid thing to come out. It's just I've been in kind of for an hour or so, every day, so you kind of notice these things when you spend a lot of time on this. Yeah. Hey, it's more fun doing it the other way. If I see those containers again, I'll show you what I mean. I think I've even got some parts here in storage. Yeah, I even got some parts here from killing pirates. Yeah, and the containers. I got some parts. I'll probably bring it back with me. Now, we're as weak as a puppy in this game. So it's a new game and I've rubbish stuff. So you want to be careful with this one. What, do you want me to land? Yeah. It's probably here anyway. Yeah, we'll land here. Oh, it is this one. Is it? Yeah, there it is. That was a good enough guess, wasn't it? I did bring my Atlas card with me here as well, so we can get this junk. I'm just taking that just to see. I'm not sure what the objectives are. I'll show you what I mean. There's some kind of code on it. On this one. On phase 5, you see the code? It'll probably break when we get there. So I've been keeping the junk just in case I need it. Oh, hang on. Why not? Yeah, we'll just make our mark while we're here. Oh, another thing why I've got so much money, Yako. My scanner. I've got the scanner maxed out, and some animals, just scanning them alone, I get 200,000 credits. So if I do any kind of scanning on a planet, I'm making probably anywhere from maybe 10 to 20 mil alone just from that. Yeah, it's ridiculous, the amount of money. But not on this scanner, this is rubbish. I think the most I ever got for scanning an animal, depends on the animal, but I think it was like 350,000 credits. Or units, or whatever they're calling it. And when it gets to the stage where you've got too much money and, you just got to destroy stuff, you're better off going to a space station and you can buy those illegal upgrades. You can buy that for cash. right? So buy a ton of them, and you'll waste your money that way, and then you can open those. This is where I got all my upgrades, you know. And whatever you don't use, you can sell back and get nanites. So there is a way you can launder your money into nanites and upgrade everything you have as well to the max. Yeah, yeah. That's why I've got so much on the old save. I think I've got like 3 or 4 million nanites, and I've spent a good bit of it. I upgraded it. The original ship. Obviously, I'm nostalgic like that. Couldn't destroy it. And another thing, when you're picking those quests from, if you want to get in tight with the factions, there's particular ones like, let's say, kill X amount of animals, or kill X amount of robots or whatever. Where the ones that, let's say, they don't send you to a specific spot, gather up as many of those as you can. So let's say you've got 5 quests all about killing animals, cleansing, blah blah, whatever way they're gonna say it. So let's say one needs 12, another guy needs 10, 8, whatever the case may be. So all you got to do is kill 12. You get the last one. All the other ones as well count. So you can do 5, 6, 7 of them at once. Instead of going down and taking them one by one, which is tedious beyond the words. But you got to pick the quest, let's say, that you can take out anywhere. It's usually killing those robots, guys, or that kind of stuff. Any of the fishing quests in the other one, no. Plus they're rubbish as well. Yeah, Quicksilver is always an issue. All you can do really is... Now, did you know your settlement? Very rarely you can bring Quicksilver in there. Did you know that? Yeah. Well, I have 4 of them up and running, and a couple of times, let's say some guy will come and he'll say one of your settlers is wanted, and you just hand them over, and it doesn't affect your population actually. Hand them over, and the reward is some cash and some Quicksilver. It happened about 3 or 4 times, so I think it will average between about 150, I think, and 250 in Quicksilver. Yeah. So you'll get Quicksilver that way. And I think there's something else I noticed with Quicksilver as well. Yeah, some of them are okay. But I just always just give them what they want, Always. And anytime you get an option, let's say, to hold more people there, always take priority over that, But I think they aired out a lot of the problems from the settlements, to be honest. The first time I started doing settlements, it was almost impossible to get more room in. But it takes too long, guys. It really takes too long to max out those settlements with people. Almost impossible. And it really gets boring after a while. I haven't done it in ages. And I've noticed too, let's say, obviously after a while you have to defend the settlement. But since the update, you've got to defend it a lot more now. About 5 times faster than you used to before. A negative for me. Well, I've never had a negative from a visitor. They'll always give you something, whether it's new tech or some blessing. The only negative in that game is when you let those idiots out on that glorious expedition. Yeah. I've never got a negative perk. It's always been a blessing or just trading over some stuff. The only negative I see in that, under no circumstances, send those guys out. Yeah, I remember on the first settlement I had, that I gave up, let's say, because it bugged out when they came up with a new one. I sent them out. I think 4 of them went out, 2 of them didn't come back. Have you checked the perks left? there's certain things. The way it goes with the perks, let's say, you know, if you get a bonus from it or whatever the case may be, let's say, you know, more productivity or whatever, when that fills up, they'll get replaced by other ones, but you still keep the perk. There's negative ones in there when you start the settlement, Yakko. Maybe that's what you're saying. But eventually, when you get enough of those visitors in giving you stuff, they'll all get replaced by the decent ones. Those negative ones you see are the ones that come with the settlement. Yeah. They're full of them. You know, cloud, toxic gases, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of in it at the beginning. But once you grind on it enough, they all disappear once they get replaced by the other perks. But every time they come in, just give them what they want. There's no downside. I've had, 4 settlements, and at a stage there I was running them full blast from visitors. No joking, probably 400 or 500 of them. Never happened to me. Yeah, not even once. Yeah, I'll show you when we go back. Actually, we'll go back in a moment. We might be lucky enough, we might get a visitor. Anyway, we'll need some time. We can do a little bit. Here, I'll show you what I mean. Let's just get this one out of the way. Oh, what you've been doing is you've probably taking the stuff by force. Yeah, you can trade with him, or you can seize him. You've been probably seizing him. I've never done that. There's probably a negative from that. Yeah. Well, the classic ones, they'll send you all of these visitors to be. It's just they're kind of set pieces. Sometimes you meet a guy that needs help, so he'll take some of your production resources, and you'll get some credit, let's say, with his faction. If you don't help him, you'll lose some credit with the faction. That would be the negative. Let me see, what's or seizing the stuff and not trading, you know. That's another one. But to generate too much stuff, and I never collected it, so I just give them whatever they want. Oh, where is that? Here it is, here. Oh, you stupid gun. Oh, we're safe in here anyway. Have I got enough of that junk? Oh, I'm lucky I had 100. Alright, what's in here anyway? Ah, we just lit these guys. Yeah, I brought my Atlas card with me, so let's see. There's never anything in here anyway, just rubbish. Absolute rubbish every time. Right, let's go. Trader wants to move in, but act shady. No, negative, but it's negative perk. Never happened to me. The guys that move in here, let's say, they just move in. You get one extra guy in the settlement. Yeah. But the whole settlement thing is kind of rubbish, to be honest. Right, let's go and get this thing. Yeah, they're okay now. Where's my ship? Yeah, we'll grab this Quicksilver, and we'll load up that save in a second. None. I have 0 negatives in 4 settlements. We'll get back, I'll show you. We'll just get this out for a second. Yeah, once I collect the Quicksilver. The negatives you're seeing in your settlement, they're in it right from the very start when you got it. You've got to crowd them out. Let's say with the visitors giving you junk and stuff. Ooh. Now this is going to be a little harder for me than usual because I've got rubbish weapons and guns, but it shouldn't be too bad. We'll dig ourselves a little cave and then we'll be good to go. Now, I haven't done this in ages where I have to hide from these guys, but I have rubbish equipment. Now we just wait and relax here. Yeah, no, I'll be going back anyway and I'll show you. Good night, Terry, and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care. Stay safe. Bye. Yeah, when you get to settlement. See, I even before the 4 settlements I had about one at a time. I had about 6 or 7 others, Janko. They kept bugging out one way or another, so I gave them up and, you know, kind of started again. It was only when they come out with a new system that it all kind of, you know, kind of fixed itself. Yeah. So I had a bit of experience with those, but it's kind of boring, you know, the settlement thing. That's the easiest way to deal with these guys. Now if I had my other gun here and outfit, I'd just kill everyone, but yeah, a little bit dodgy what I'm wearing here. Don't ask me why I'm collecting this junk, guys, but... right. Let's go. Yeah. An isolationist, yeah? Huh. Oh, hang on. I wasn't looking where I was going. There we go. Ah, let's get out of here. Now let's cash this in and ride from the anomaly. Back and I'll show you the settlements.
Navigational data received.
Like every time you pay them off, it puts your settlement into debt for a little bit, you know, but it's worth it. Now let me see. Okay, we're doing good, we're doing good. We've made over 2 grand. Now I need to save this here. This is the only way I can do it in this game. There. That should give me a restore point. I don't want to do that one again. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Let me show you the settlements. Now these are in different galaxies. And they're on paradise planets. Paradise planets are pretty easy to find. This only takes a few seconds. Right, I can actually do it from here. Yeah, I've done all the junk from here. Oh, this is the very first universe. But I'll show you from here the ones I've discovered. And the Hilbert dimension as well. Yeah, I have some portals up on these. So this is the galaxy I'm in here, the starter galaxy. This is the Calypso galaxy here. So we've got whatever that is. Pesserus, is it, or something? It's the dimension. And here's this one here, the Hilbert. There's the Hades galaxy. That one there, whatever that is. There's another galaxy there. And this is just something where I was doing fishing. I'm gonna get rid of those later. I'm still looking. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the current station there. So, here's the settlements here, as you can see them. And that's an S. That's an S. That's an S. And that's an S. So, let's go around. We'll visit them. We'll go to this one here. Yeah, you see this one here is... where is it? Yeah, that's Vy'keen. So that's in one of those galaxies. On a paradise planet. This guy is... what's the name of those little guys again? Those little lizards. Yeah, that's in the Calypso galaxy. And this one is, that's the autophage. And they're on that, whatever that is. And this one is the Korvac. And they're in the Hades galaxy. So, away we go, we get this one. I meant to go and visit these guys anyway. I haven't cleared the junk out of here for ages. I just make the gifts to give to the factions. I really don't take any money from it. I wouldn't be changing what they're making too often. It really bugs them out, Yanko. So be sure when you pick what they're gonna make, you kind of leave it like that. It's very, very skittish. What happens is, you know, if something takes maybe 24 hours to make, on hour 23 it resets. If you start changing too much, it bugs out. It happened on the last settlements I had. So on this I just picked one thing and left it, and it's been going perfect. Now, where is my terminal? Yeah, you see these here? See the features here? Now there was like, you know, you get about 4 or 6 of them when you come in, and most of them will be, or 8 of them I think, most of them will be red. They'll all be negatives. So what happens is, they get replaced Let's say, you know, when you keep taking the junk from those guys, usually blessings or whatever, this one increases productivity, improves citizen happiness, decreases maintenance costs, all of that kind of stuff. Yes, you weed them out with positives. Yeah. That's exactly how it works. So the more of those guys you get in, the better. Just give them what they want. You see I make that junk there. And I just give that out as gifts to the stations. So there it is there. Now you don't get that many, eventually it maxes out. Yeah, this is since the update. It depends on your population. This is since the update. Yeah, so I'm well above the 100%. So what's here? 18. Yeah, there's 18 of them. Now, what happens when you get to 18 is when you get another one, let's say it will let's say it replaces something that gives you more productivity. Well, that's okay. It just replaces that. It gives you the stuff it's going to give you, but you still keep the productivity. So let's say if you get somebody that wants to stay. Let's say he's a scientist or a trader or a geologist, and he's replacing another guy. Well, even when you do that, the population still stays the same, so you don't lose anything. The only guys we're keeping, to be honest, well, none of them where I am in the game. But I suppose the guys that will give you relics, they're kind of okay, you know. Those guys. Yeah. Archaeologists, yeah. Yeah, they've ironed out a lot of the junk in it, but it's still kind of tedious, you know. So that's a kind of maxed out settlement. It's just a matter then of, you know, this has got a 182 population, but like I've been back here many times. There is a maximum amount of buildings, of course, so kind of be careful when you're building it up. Give priority to at least one starship base. You'll need that. One social center, you know. Another trading hub. You know, once you've got those three, you know, put in a few factories, whatever the case may be, do the rest in the houses. But even when you max out on the houses, you know, you'll get, let's say, some decisions to make where, you know, you can call cozy spaces and that, where sometimes it gives you another maximum of 2 or 4 population, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you'll never get rid of those negatives until you just keep, you know, accepting in the. What you do is this: the next time you see a stranger, just back out, check the amount of negatives you have. Now, they'll probably take out one of those, or it might take out one of your positives because it's the same type, if you know what I mean. So you need kind of different types of perks, and the work minute should cover it, you know. But everyone that came in here, I just, you know, no matter what they wanted, just gave them everything. That's it. Just weeds out all of that. The only negative in this would be, that I find, is if you send those guys on that glorious expedition, that always goes sideways. You know, settlers are too hard to come by. On this, they've got a new thing. Not only can you invite people in, let's say they want to stay, but sometimes there's a bird in the settlement, and you get to name the kid. Well, not really. It's a choice of 2 names. You pick one of them. Rare, but it happens. You can get, you know, the population up that way as well. But it's mega slow. Now this is there it is. You see that? Do not go on that. It's a waste of time. So now sometimes you'll get maybe -2 in happiness, but tons of other stuff will come along. You'll always be way over max on happiness. I just deny the request because I don't want to lose population. They're just too hard to find, and they'll just come back with junk I don't want. So this one is done here. It's better if you find you know, some kind of stranger coming in. Now, there's a policy decision here again. We'll go to Blight. Let's see what this one is. But I haven't built it up much. Yeah, it's a way better system. More of a chance of filling it up. And it gets into a rut sometimes. You want to be careful where you build a starship port, and then the next one up and wants you to build another one, and another one, and another one. Before you know it, you've got 7 of them. You're better off kind of ignoring it for a while, you know, if it does that. But that social center place, that nightclub, the trading hub, starship port, and a couple of other things, and then, you know, houses and you know, stuff like that, you're pretty good to go. I did 4 of them at once, so it kept me busy. Yeah, I built up the 4 of them at once. Make policy decision. Now, you see this? I never take it down in productivity, so I'll tax that, because even though it's -2 on a happiness, that's the easiest one to build up, and I'm way over what I need. So I will go with that one. So that's how long it's been since I've been back here. It's 162%. So that's 2 of them. Yeah, I got caught in a loop there for a while. Now, this one has a visitor waiting. Let's have a look at this one. Probably, yeah, there was a few updates, alright. If you're having much more problems with that, you're better off abandoning it and starting fresh. Yep. But they're not really worth the hassle. It's just that I'm in here every day anyway, you know. Oh, I forgot to show you that. I think I'll show you on this one. No, there's no negatives on that one either. I got rid of negatives a long time ago. The more visitors you accept in and give them what they want, the better chance you have of removing those. Yeah, so there it is there again. All 18 of them. All positives. You'll get a blessing or you get some kind of food. Well, basically it's about maintenance, productivity, and happiness. It doesn't matter what they call them, it all boils down to that one thing. You know, happiness, maintenance, productivity. You'll get one of those from that guy. Or unless there's some kind of silly gift. That's it. They're kind of rare, you know. Settlement decisions, you know, some of them are pretty good. Anytime you get anything got to do with housing tech, always prioritize that one. They're rare enough. The other ones are a dime a dozen. Or anything with anybody wanting to stay. Definitely do that as well. Now let's see what this visitor wants. Now, you see this? Heed the warning. Now this is a blessing. From what I could see, you basically start off with those negative perks. I don't think the NPCs have any kind of an influence whatsoever. You're talking about the kind of thing where there's a theft and you've got to, you know, punish someone and whatever the case may be. It's just scripted into it, really. you know, where you get the chance to either, well, I don't know if they're doing it in the old settlements, where you can send him off to his death, to banish him, or fine him money, or whatever the case may be, or let's say favor one guy over another. Yeah, I know, they don't look like options. Yeah. But put it this way, Yako. Each of the settlements you see here, I've had at least 100 visitors on each of them, and every single one of them, I've always heeded the warning, always, let's say, never dismiss or never seize, always accept whatever they have. At least, and that's putting in the low numbers, at least 100. And that's how I built up my settlements, and that's why I've got no negatives. It just crowded them all out. Yeah, but it's very confusing. It absolutely is. So, you know, with this one, you see where you heed a warning? Unknown outcome. Well, it's a blessing. I can guarantee that. Or that's just, you know, kind of go away thing. So let's heed the warning. Now, you see this settlement dead? That will just come back, and it will just take your settlement when it's up and running just a few minutes to get it back. Yeah. So just watch this. Now watch. Should pop up. There it is there. New settlement feature. Blessed by Atlas. Now get enough of that junk in and we'll weed out all those negative ones. I've never had it happen. Yeah, I've literally never had it happen. And I've been banging at these settlements for probably about 12 months. But when I first started this, I thought there might be some kind of negatives to it. But I find no downside whatsoever of dealing with these guys. There is a downside in one, let's say. If somebody comes and it's like they need your help, and you've got to devote resources to them, but the reward for that is more standing with a faction. But like, let's say when you're 100 with a faction, you pretty much can get whatever you need from them. You're kind of maxed out. But the factions in this game, you know, the merchants, the mercenaries, the explorers, like, my status with them is it's in the thousands, 3,000 or 4,000, like 40, 50 times max, you know. Yeah, and there it is again. Oh, we have one more. Might as well do it while we're here. Only 72. But the spreading glass or fungus thing dropped me to 30. I've never had it happen. That's weird. Yeah. Never had it happen. Yeah, not once. Oh, it's... I think that's... if I had a new settlement, I could show you. They'll show up right from the start of a settlement. Are you not absolutely sure that was not already in your settlement when you took it over? It usually is. But try one of them as an experiment, let's say. You know, maybe that one. Yeah, never happened to me. So, I couldn't comment on that. On every settlement I had about 4 or 5 negatives. But I just kept, you know, getting those guys in and I just replaced them after a while. Well, that's new to me. But you could do an experiment on one of them, let's say. Just keep dealing with these guys and see if you can weed them out. But I didn't even know you could actually get them. I thought they were built in and you just weeded them out. The only negatives I can have on this is if I send the guys out on a mission, lose a few guys, or not help a guy in need and lose a couple of points standing in a faction. They're the only negatives I can get in this game. The only ones I've seen so far. And between the 4 settlements, let's say, I wouldn't be surprised if it was well over 500 visitors. And I wouldn't say it's a bug, because, you know, a bug wouldn't, you know, kind of put that up like that. I doubt it. I have one more settlement to do. This one. Apparently they're arguing about something. You'll lose a little bit of happiness here and there, but usually, you know, those blessings, you'll get 5 or more %. Obviously, when you're over 100%, you know, let's say you're 120%, so if you get, you won't get 5 on that, you'll probably get about 4 because it's spread out over it. But yeah, when you're below 100, it's the full, you know, 5 points. Yeah. Yeah. Well, basically I just, you know, always give them what they want. Yeah, I'll take this one here. Now, you see this guy here, he wants to give me 4% happiness. This guy wants to give me almost 40,000 productivity. Now, I think I'm maxed out on both, so it doesn't really matter. So let's see. Yeah. Well, I think that's as far as that will go. So it doesn't really matter with this. Maybe it might be something about maybe not having enough settlers. I don't know. Because when I did this, I went really hard into it to fix it up as quickly as possible and get a lot of guys in. Maybe you can attract guys, let's say, with negative traits if your settlement is doing bad. That could be a thing. Yeah. Because right from the get-go, let's say, you know, I got the settlements up and running, you know, perfectly. Maybe it's a thing. You know, if your settlement is kind of struggling, you'll get guys. It's possible. But it's never happened to me. So, I think I'm maxed out on board. Let me see. You see, this doesn't mean much. This could be maxed out at 2.8 mil. Another settlement could be maxed out at 3.1, or another one could be maxed out at maybe 2.1. So I think it's a lot got to do with the population. I didn't really look into it. So, well, that's definitely is maxed anyway. So we've got 2839. So let's go with that. We'll see if that. I think it's maxed, to be honest. So it doesn't really make a difference which one I pick. Let's say 2839. Let's see if that goes up. Oh no. Okay, it did go up. Okay. Maybe that goes to about 3 million. I think it's a lot. I did put in a few settlers since then. And then about 170. Well, that's it. We're done with these guys. And that's why I find it boring. I just come back and do this. Okay, let's get back to Moonraker for a moment. Any junk I want to get rid of? Yeah. But the hardest part is just, you know, waiting for the stuff to be done when you're building it up. But if you do all 4 together, it's kind of fun, you know? Let's see. This is just junk. I really don't have anything I want to drop off. I could do getting rid of some of these. Now, you see this here? 4,294,000. Oh no, hang on. 4,294,967,295 of those credits, or whatever they are. That's max in the game, Yako. You can sell what you want, it's not going to move. Yeah, that's max. Now, you've got a problem, you've got a ton of junk to sell. Like, this is why I've got this. There's probably about a half a billion here in this. So, best way to get rid of that, because it's going to be almost impossible. You see where I've got 3.7 million nanites. So, let's say the way to improve your nanites and get rid of some of that junk. Yeah, well, this is the way, because you've got, obviously you're maxed out money, so it's just a waste. So basically here, let me show you. And they're handy for fixing up ships and all of my pilots and, you know, all of that stuff. Well, I have low nanites as well, because I've almost bought everything from the store. Not only did I buy that, but I bought living ships for my pilots, so that kind of set me back a bit. So, get into your ship, and you'll see the stats on this. There's my stats there. See the maneuverability? There's the range. I squeeze for every little bit I get. Getting a little bit. Now, that's the best I'm going to get with shield strength. The only way I'm going to ever improve that is to get another one of those ships with better placement tiles. Now, this is the best you're going to get on that. And it will always be a kind of pirate version. But 37%. If you get one of those, that's the one you want. The hyperdrive range, well, it can vary, I think. Well, anything in the teens and that, you know, you just kind of get it out, yeah. No, this ship is untouchable. Yeah, anything over 300, you know, they're very rare on these. And don't take them unless it's got 100% warp cell efficiency. You'll get stuff over 300, but you don't get the warp cell efficiency. You want both. Yeah, the slots. Now, from the store, you can buy this, and this stuff is mostly decorative here. But it does help a little bit in maneuverability. Tiny bit. Now, there's two statures here in particular. One helps with hyperdrive range, a little bit. Another helps with weapons, a little bit. I think it's Nada and Polo, I think. But I've got all the things up. That's about as good as you're going to get with these. I just use those two sets of weapons, but I always only use the infrared knife. So it'll be a combination of 934. They might split a little bit, but 934. That's the best you're going to get on those. Oh, these are C's. These are ones you get from the quests, and you know, they can't be upgraded, or they can't be replaced. So you're pretty much stuck with B's and C's, which I really hate, to be honest. Yeah. There's that one there and that one. So, okay. And I'll show you how I did it. Obviously I had a good bit of it, but then, you know, I was doing quests and missions and I was just destroying the stuff. It was a waste. So then I hit on an idea. Fly out to a pirate station. I'll show you what I mean. Let's find one. Let's just find a pirate station. It's gotta be so, always when you're looking for one of these, they're hard to find. Stupid pirate Alright, stations. Ah, here's one. That won't do. It's a good way to get rid of those statues I have as well. I'll even take a pirate mission here to show you, let's say when you've maxed out the infrared knife. These could become a lot more powerful if you get the right kind of power-up squares in the right position. But I think the Nada and Polo statues a while back were pretty overpowered. But I think Hello Games kind of nerfed them a bit. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I found this one. I didn't even know they were in the game and I just bumped into it. Now, you see where I've got all this junk here and I need to sell it. But, I need to sell it, but I have no more room for money. So, I go in here and I'll buy these.
Product received.
And I make fuel as well, so I'll buy those.
Product received. Product received.
Now, you can break these down into nanites, so I'll buy those.
Product received.
I won't touch those because they're too much work, and I'll buy those.
Product received.
And then I'll buy those.
Product received.
And then I'll buy those.
Product received.
So I've just spent roughly about 2.5 million there. Yeah, the statues are kind of okay. So I've spent 2.5 million. So now I'm going to sell him this junk I have here.
Units received.
Okay, so I have room for about another 1.2 mil. Yeah, let's get rid of this junk. I want to get rid of that for a while anyway. See, my problem is I won't get rid of enough.
Units received.
So what have we got now? Okay, another 200,000. What's that? Ish.
Units received.
Okay, another 110,000. Let me see what we've got here. It's 43.
Units received.
Ah, here we go.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
That's enough. Okay, that's close enough to where we were. So I've just got my 2.5 million back. I've gotten rid of my junk. Yeah, but it's kind of fun, you know. But here's the upside. I get an innocent junk from that. So let's see what we got on this. So we got 350 from that. And this one here. And you get stuff for your fuel as well, for your freighters. Yeah, let's get rid of that. But yeah, it takes a while. But if you got a lot of these together, it goes a lot quicker. Now, you're better off getting the goods one out first. That's rubbish I don't want. Put you back to the one side. Now we've got these. See these guys here? Now what I'd usually do with these is I just leave them stuck up for a while. Just come in, buy that junk, just get out of there real quick. Do my quests, and then when I have no more room, I'd sell them all then. You know? Gonna do them all at once. Where's my ship? Yeah. Where is my ship? There it is. Now you can do this the fair way if you want to, but if you want to see if there's anything that you can use for your ship, but you still want to sell these stuff. See, once you open these, well, you can open the packages, but once you put it on your ship, you can't see what it is until you put it in your ship. Let's say it's not good enough, you put it back into your menu. It's only worth 16 nanites. No matter what it is. It could have been worth 300, it could have been worth 400, and now it's second hand. So, if you want to, you could do this. Get on your ship, get off your ship. Now you've got that restore point here. You see it? So now you go in, and let's see what we've got here. Oh, that's rubbish. I wouldn't take those. Mostly rubbish, guys. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. And what's this? And I wouldn't use that if it was the ship, but we'll just try it anyway, just for the purposes of what I'm trying to show here. Now, here we have this, and it's actually worth 336 nanites. I think I watched it on YouTube, so that's so long ago, you've already... It's an easy enough game, but it's a good one. So, that's worth what? 336. So let's say we wanted to use that. So we just click on that, and we'll put it on here. And as you can see, it's absolute rubbish. These are the ones. They're the best you can get. 3 on each of them. I can't find any better than that. And you won't get them in the Pirates, you'll get them in those. So now, we don't want that because it's rubbish. So let's put it back. So now we're going to sell it. The only problem is, now it's only worth 19 nanites. It was worth, what, it's lost a lot of value. Yeah, it's overloaded when there's too much. You're only allowed so many. You're allowed 3 of each. So, like, if you did that with maybe 50 of those, you've lost a lot of nanites. So, what you do is you go through the 50. There's nothing you want. Like, even if I got 1 point better on my ship, I would take out 1,000 of those. Yeah, they're low tier. So, let's say that was 50 of them, right? So all you gotta do then is go back into options, and you see this restore point. Now, don't think for a moment that if you do this again, it's gonna change. It won't change. Yeah, it won't change. And you're better off doing this before you do a reload. Yeah. So now we look at it. So there we have it back again. It's not used. And we can sell that guy for its full price. So, whenever you're doing quests, stop off maybe 10, 15 of those. Buy up all that junk, get rid of your rubbish. You get what I'm saying? So then you'll have all your nice ones stacked here that you might want for your ship. You do that little save. You check them out. If there's anything you want to use. Let's say there's 10 of them, and the second one was good. Use the second one, get on the ship and save it again. You're at a loss of the other one, but it's okay. You know, it's all about fixing the ship. Who needs the nanites, right? So there we go. Now, it will be exactly the same when I do this. Yeah. Yeah. This is where you'll get some of the good stuff. Well, anything, let's say, you know, anything that has the X, it's from that. You see it? Most of the stuff here, well, a good bit of the stuff. All of my shields are from the X. You'll get the best shields from the pirates. And you'll get the best infrared weapons. Or infinite, or whatever they're called. These are pretty good as well. A hyperdrive range. Obviously where you place them will make a difference as well. Yeah. So, if you can imagine, let's say that was maybe 20 of them. So now instead of being worth maybe 300, they're probably worth now about maybe 12 grand. And you can spend it on other stuff. No. No. Yeah, they're sound. It won't get you scanned. Yeah. It's just a little thing they have to make it look kind of interesting and exciting. But no, you can use it. No ill effects. You won't get pulled over by the guys for the... No. It's just for show, you know, the pirate thing. As you get most of the good stuff there, but the X no won't have anything like that. You go over here. Now I would usually do this, and I'd have like maybe 100 or 200 things to sell. You know, so I usually make. It depends, you know, on how much stuff I want to get rid of. But yeah, I just do the whenever I get too bored. I've often made anywhere between 2,000 and maybe 20,000, depending on how much. So it's better than destroying the stuff and not getting anything at all. It's just when you have the time, do that. The upside is you'll get a ton of stuff, you know, and you can fix up your ship. So it's kind of something to work towards, you know. Yeah, I know. There's too much in this game. But I really got into trying to make my ship as strong as possible. Yeah. No, you use it on the ship. You can use it on your suit, and you can use it on your weapon as well. But to be honest, don't bother trying to use the shields on your suit, because they're rubbish. I've yet to find one better than the S's. And I've gone through literally thousands and thousands of these. As I said, I come in every day for about an hour just doing this. I don't know, I just find it relaxing. I know it's mad. But I used to destroy this stuff because I had too much. And I get rid of this junk as well while I'm here. Yeah. Let's get rid of some of this junk while we're here. Let's see what we have anyway. We have corn. Okay. And that's all I do with these. Just give them to these guys. And you'll see what I mean between doing quests for these guys and doing this. And this is my standing with each faction. This is the Gek. So my standing with these guys, 2,333. 100 is kind of, you know, you get whatever they have for 100. You can lose standing as well, let's say, if you attack their freighters. But it's not much. The Viking, 2267, and the Korvac, 2132. I'm not sure if this maxes out, if it actually maxes out. But I doubt it. Now, then you've got the likes of the Merchants Guild. Now that's crazy. That's almost 6,000. Here's the Mercenaries, 4,800. Here's the Explorers. Oh, 5,500. Now these are different. You see, I'm maxed out with the Outlaws. You're maxed at 100. I've got 408. The problem is, they'll send you after too many freighters. Okay? So all you're doing is getting a few faction points with those, but losing much more with the other guys. So I only take quests from those for you know, that strange metal I have, and I'll only take it if it's delivery or killing other pirates. So I'm on the lookout for those. And then there's these guys. Yeah, you do quests for those. No rush for those guys either. But I've done much more with those. But it doesn't matter, because over 100, you're pretty much maxed out with those guys. So all of this is done. Every faction is maxed out. Every word in every language is learned from the autophage to these three guys here. They added some new ones with you know, the relics. Yakko. They added about 2,000 new words for the relics expedition, but they're easy enough to do. It just takes time, you know. And that's about it. Everything else is done. Now I've got all of the materials and items here. Oh my god, it was some job tracking those down. Now a lot of these are stuck behind expeditions. You know, the ones that I haven't done yet. The recipes again. I'm only missing one, and it's a fish from an expedition. So I've got to wait on that one. And yeah, There's one thing for the life of me, it must be from an expedition, Yakko. You see these wonders? I cannot find this. Now, you've got this, and this is a biological sample. You've got this, and this is delicate flora. This one here is driving me nuts. But it's neither of these two. I've gotten these hundreds of times. So, it's some other kind of sample. It cannot be found. It's nowhere in the game. It's got to be on an expedition. Gotta be. I'll get it eventually. But I've stopped on this because it's all now locked behind expeditions and stuff like that. But I'll get it eventually. But it's not really worth doing these pirate guys, you know, just for the few things I've done. So what you're better off doing, you got too much junk, come in here, buy all that junk, store it up in your freighter. When you've got a ton of it, go in, sell the whole thing. And you'll get tons of upgrades as well for your ship, you know. And if you want to, you know what I mean, you can save it before and make more money. I think it is, yeah. I'm nearly sure it's some kind of genetic engineering one, yeah. Yeah. With the eggs. Is it? Yeah. Somebody was saying that it's a mutated sample. Someone is saying something snake something. It's called snake something. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking to some guy on Xbox. Apparently he had it. But it is snake, not snake bite, snake something thing. And I think it's under the mutation or something. Yeah. Yeah. But he said he got it on an expedition. Or he might have got. He said he doesn't know if he got it on an expedition, on a freighter, or he bought it from one of those wandering salesmen. I don't think he got it from. Well, he definitely didn't get it on a freighter, because I've done hundreds of them. He's not sure. I doubt he got it from the other guy. I would say he got it on an expedition. Yeah. Or else it's so rare. You know, maybe it's guaranteed on the expedition. Maybe it's just so rare. But I've been through a lot of things. I would have found it by now. Yeah. But I didn't kind of specifically go after it. You know, a lot of it came naturally. And then when I got bored, you know, I made it a kind of mission. You know, it's definitely fun. You know? It's definitely fun. Okay, we just sell this junk. But do that when you've got a good bit of this junk, obviously. Not this much. This is not really worth it. Maybe 20, 40 grand's worth. And with this you can upgrade your ships from B class or whatever. Was I ever showing you that little, it's only an A class, I'm raging. I'm tempted to put it to an S class, but I prefer to get a kind of, a natural S class. But, it's, I'll show it to you, it's back on the ship. Well, I won't be able to get to the ship from here, it's a pirate station. Let's get out of here. And I'm just killing time till that freighter comes through. On the other save. Now, we can take a shortcut to the freighter from here instead of going to another system. Through the anomaly. Yeah, snake something, it's called. Snake something. And I think it's a mutated sample. I think that's what he said. Yeah, he said he had it. Oh, let's get out of here. Now this is what I've got left to buy, not a lot. There's a ton of junk on this. Now that's all the stuff I bought. I buy everything that comes up, let's say, during the community things. This is the stuff I haven't bought here. Well, it's no good buying that, obviously. I've already got that. So that's just kind of disposable stuff. But this stuff here, this is the only... That's all I've got left. So not much, but they're expensive. But you know, that was going forever. This is the stuff I bought here. Now each time I flick down one, each dot has, what, 6 items in it? Oh yeah, I've got a ton of them. I've got a living ship, I've got a spare backup living ship, and all of my squadron have living ships. Yeah. Yeah, all of them. I found a nice little system, Yako. Do you know when you meet a pilot, and he's got a like rubbish ship or whatever? Swap ships with him, give him the living ship, then hire him as a pilot, and he'll be using that ship. That's why I did it. They were expensive. They were about 3,000 each. Yeah. So I'll keep at this until I finish everything in it eventually. It'll be quite some time if I'm waiting on the expeditions. Yeah, they'll keep the ship. Don't bother fixing it up, Yanko. It will just resort to whatever it's going to resort to. Let's say you have a living ship. He's got a piece of junk. Swap ships with that guy. Okay. You might lose a lot of money, but, you know, you want him to be on that. And then hire him as a pilot. Then when you hire him as a pilot, upgrade him to an S. With nanites. Bang, you're done. S ship, S pilot, living ship. Now you get 4 in your squadron. I've only done 3. Because I'm almost certain, at the very beginning when I started playing this game, I did see a traveller pilot. You know those guys you meet, travellers? I think I've seen one. So I've kept one ready if I ever find him again. All I've got to do is if I see him again, I've got a spare ship. I'll call that in real fast, make it my ship, go over, swap ships, hire him. I've got the set. I've got the 3 species and I've got him. Then I'm done. I'm nearly sure very early in the game. But I thought, it would have been, everywhere. And I didn't have a freighter at the time. I mean very early in the game. And I haven't found him since. I was probably a billion to one shot. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we're going back, aren't we? Where is it again? Here it is. Yeah, I'll show you some of the oh, hang on. We'll just get back to here. I'll bring in some of these ships. Yeah. A pilot that's a traveller. Yep. Seen him twice. I seen one on a space station and I just ignored him because I didn't know nothing about freighters. Knew there was freighters. Didn't know you could have pilots. Didn't know you could hire pilots. Very early in the game. And then I seen another guy on a pirate ship. When I took it over. Now the problem with a guy on the pirate ship, finding him on a pirate ship is a waste of time, because you can hire him as a pilot, but you can't change ships with him. He's got to be on a station. I tested it with another guy. Yeah, you can't call in your other ship. You're stuck with the ship you have. So you'd be able to get him as a pilot, but not in the ship you want. So you'd have to find him in a proper space station. Then you can switch ships or whatever the case may be. But I wasn't flying the living ship at the time. So you're better off. But if he comes in on the pirate thing, he'll eventually turn up on the space station as well. It's just the pirate thing was there when he was there, so he just took that one. I've seen it happen before. I've seen the exotic ship, let's say, with a certain guy with a certain name and a certain ship on a pirate freighter when I took it over. And then I was doing something later, came back to the station where that was, and there he was on the station as well. So yeah, they'll show up there. Yeah, I've seen 2 in one station. That is highly unusual. about twice or three times I've seen 2. And I think I might have even seen 3. Yeah. 2 of them in one station. It's happened several times. And you know what? You're better off with the 2 stars. You know, looking for good ships. Even though you're supposed to have a better percentage in pirate systems than that. Now, let me show you the... Well, I'll show you my one, and then I'll show you the one I have for the Traveller. That's if I ever find them. Don't think I ever will, to be honest. This is my one. I didn't even bother changing the name. I'm mostly using it for storage now. Doesn't it? Yeah. I left this name. This is the one I have for the Traveller. If I ever find him, that is. You see where I've named it? Traveller Squadron, so it's easy to find. Because if that guy ever lands, I have to be real quick. They take off pretty quick. Yeah. That one is nice. But I don't know. I can give him the other ship, it doesn't really matter. That's more like a whale. But I'll give him one of them. So that's the one I have. Well, we'll get one of them anyway if I can ever find them. Now, this is one I could only find in an A. I would really love to get this in an S. Now, I could upgrade it to an S. Probably nobody would ever know the difference, but I would. I prefer to find it in an S, but I kept it anyway. At least I think I did. Where is it? Yeah, look at that. It's tiny. Yeah. Nice, isn't it? Watch this. That is really cool. I could only find a system. I've only found it once, and it was an A. That is a really cool ship. Yeah, love the small ships. It's like a little transformer, isn't it? The colour's not bad, at least it's not yellow. But it looks really cool without the wings. Definitely one of my favourites. And then you've got the exotics as well. Now this is my, you remember the old one. But I actually, one of my pilots had an exotic ship when I swapped, let's say, for the living ship. And there it is there, I'll have to get rid of it later. But they're a dime a dozen, you know? Yeah, they're a dime a dozen. Yeah, it just feels better. You definitely have a better field of view. You know, the bigger ships and you're looking at the back end of it, you know? Yeah, even though it should be small enough. I prefer the smaller ship. I think I kept the Corvette. Oh, there's 2 of them there, and I have to get rid of one of them. One I was messing about with when it came out, and that's the one that that's the one we did the expedition with. And the hydroponics bay is glitched out. I'll have to scrap the whole thing. Because obviously they're dealing with some issues. So I'll have to scrap this guy. But this was just a really rough thing that we did. Just to get through the expedition. Extremely rough. I'll eventually start thinking around with that and figure something out. Yeah, just something to get through the expedition I did. No, they'd say, oh, add this, add that, and you'd just do it, and you'd eventually come up with something like that. This has been my favorite ship for a while here. The Squid. Where is my squid? There we go. Now, what were we doing here? Getting rid of junk, wasn't it? I usually wait till I've got a couple of dozen quests from these guys before I take them. Oh, hand in mission. Now, it can be a bit buggy when you leave off one, just do that. Because if you start spamming them in, about half of them you don't get credit for them. And maybe they fixed that bug, but I like to do it this way. Make sure I get credit for it. Oh, I'm bumping into them every 5 seconds. Very, very common. But you're right, I haven't seen them since the update before last. They're starting to get much more rare, to be honest. I haven't seen them as much. None of those are any good. Or repeatable. Now, let's see if I can get rid of some of this junk. But that's it, I think that's the only thing that's there. There's the ordinary ships you have in the game. Then you've got the versions of those, like that little small ship. Then you've got the exotics or the royals. I thought that was it. I didn't know there was that squid thingy. Yeah, until I just accidentally bumped into it. And in all places a 2-star system. In every other system, yeah? Oh, I could have hundreds of them by now. And if I had enough room, Yako, if they allowed me like a massive amount of room for storing ships, I would have doing the whole set. You know, I think there's like 7 or 8 different versions. You know, there's the guppy looking one. You know, then there's another one that's got the V-wings. Then there's another one that's really kind of weird, kind of side thing on the side. I think there's at least half a dozen, but it would just take up too much room. But you see one, you see it all. Same ship, just something different stuck on the side, or different wings, you know. So couldn't justify, you know, collecting them like that. I would have liked to have collected them and, you know, maybe made something in a settlement to hold them in. But it was some other ships out there. I can do it some other time I want to, yeah. Yeah, well, apparently the outlaw systems, you got a 5% chance. That's what they say. It's like a 2% chance or something with a 3-star and a 1% chance with a 2-star. But strangely enough, 80% of all the good stuff I've found, Yako, has come from 2-star systems. That squid came from a 2-star system. Somebody was saying, yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Maybe it's just that we go to more 2-star systems, you know. Yeah. No, it's not that it's a lie. It's that, let's say, 3-star systems are more rare. We wouldn't exactly just kind of, you know, keep looking for them. We just keep landing on stations, and I would say 80% of them would be 2-star. So even if there's only half the chance, you know, of getting them there than there is on the other one, you're landing on maybe 20 times more on those. So, you know, long term, you know, yeah, long term. But if you were specifically probably looking for one, which is madness because it can take some time to find, you're better off just letting them come naturally, just keeping an eye out for them, you know. But like, if you have a 1% chance of something or a 2%, if you try 10 stations with a 1% chance, you know what I mean? Or, let's say if you try one station, let's say with a 1% chance, but for every one of those you're probably going to 20, 25 2-star. So yeah, you'd probably come up with it quicker there. Even though there's less of the odds, but you know, you got more shots at it. You know, you got more pulls on the stick of that slot machine. But I've always been pretty unlucky with pirate systems. But I did get my first natural S fighter there. You know those, what do you call them? The bad guys in this. Yeah, one of those. But it's an ordinary kind of make. I have it there somewhere. Yeah. That's what I like to find in the game, all the rare stuff. I'm hoping they'll do an update, let's say. Do you know what would be cool in an update? Fish tanks. I've got a ton of legendary fish, and I've been storing them. It'd be a nice thing for a settlement. You know, like they had in No Man's Sky, Yakko. That would be something, wouldn't it? Yeah, that'd be a good reason. I've kept them just in case. Well, you know me anyway, I'll keep the legendary fish. Oh, I've already visited these guys. So, we're just killing a little bit of time. What will we do? Yeah, in Subnautica. Ah, I love that. Yeah, that was really cool. No, it'd give you a reason to go collect junk. Oh, hi Doubleman, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. And how have you been? Hi Stags Ahoy, and how are you? And how are you guys enjoying your weekend? Anything interesting? Yeah, we're just doing the Expo 2 Redux on No Man's Sky. I'm kind of stuck on one mission to do 3 fleet missions. So we did 2 the last time. I forgot to come in earlier today. So the last mission is out, and that was a couple of hours ago. It's going to take 4 hours. And we're kind of stuck in the stage until we get it done. They won't even allow us to take out the other stages beforehand. So we're just kind of killing time on our main save here. I was showing Yakko the new settlements and the junk from that. Nice, making mac and cheese. Yeah, this is a great game. And they're always adding new stuff. Like, just when I'm saying, oh, well, you know, I've probably had enough of No Man's Sky for a little bit, then they just come out with another update and then they suck me back in again. Yeah. You know, I always come in when I'm not streaming on this. I would do at least an hour a day. I find it very, very relaxing. Always something to do. And just then when you're saying, oh, well, maybe I'll do something else, they'll come out with another update. Or something interesting to do and you're back in again. Okay. We're just here killing a little bit of time. We'll get rid of some of this junk. I have a lot of stuff to offload. Absolutely. I used to do this a lot on the old Black Flag game. You know, sinking ships and taking cargo and stuff. Yeah. But now, kind of No Man's Sky has taken it. Well, I haven't done that in years with Black Flag. The servers went a bit sideways, you know. Yeah, this is pretty decent. It's got a steepish kind of learning curve. They don't exactly prompt you on everything. But if you've never played this before and you're doing the kind of quest line, you just stick in the anomaly and keep speaking to everyone. They should give you a little bit better prompts, maybe, you know. But once you get into it, it's really good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I haven't done any shipbuilding yet. I've been collecting the parts and that. But I'm always occupied doing something in this. Now, this is a little ship I found a couple of months ago. I didn't even know it was in the game. Well, I knew the ordinary ships were there, and I knew you know, the bad guy ships and all that stuff. And of course the royal ships, the exotics. But I was in a 2-star system and was selling some junk. Just as I was getting into my ship, I just looked down a bit and I seen this strange kind of looking ship and said, hang on, what's going on here? And I got lucky. I got him before he took off. And I traded the one I had for this. But apparently this is a squid. So the second I got it, I googled it. Some guy was saying the odds of getting one of these is 1,000,000 to 1. I find that hard to believe. I know I've been to a lot of systems and a lot of stations. But I think maybe... But they are very rare. I've been to a lot of stations. And that's the first time I've even seen one. But I was lucky to just, you know, grab it just in time. Yeah. I took a screenshot actually of where I found it. So where I found it actually, it said I discovered it, so nobody discovered it before, which made it all, you know, so much better. There was a screenshot somewhere. I think I have it on Xbox. If it's still there, Xbox is starting to delete old screenshots. I might actually write down the portal address in case anybody wants it. But I know there's always something nice about being the first to discover it, you know. Of the orb, yeah. Yeah, when I seen how many royals were out there as well, that didn't really bother me that much. I still have the Fly, the original first one I got. But I was just showing Yakko guys very early in this game. I got a ship. It's only an A class. I'm still holding out for a nest, but I think it would be impossible to find. But it's an unusual little thing, and it's one of the variants of the. Oh, you know the guys in the game. What are they called? Those. Yeah, I'll show it to you anyway. This is a cute little thing. Yeah, it's just an A, unfortunately. And as I was saying to Yakko, I could upgrade it to S, but, you know, finding an S, a natural S, you know, would be nice. This thing is tiny. Now, of course, the drawbacks of one of these, you know, you'd be stuck with a weapon system on this. Another weapon system is not bad, but I prefer the fighter weapon system, to be honest. Yeah, wouldn't it be something? It reminds me of a little transformer. Now, this is something I have. Have you ever seen a ship like that? You get that ship with wings, Yakko. I wouldn't say they're common, but they're semi-rare, the ones with wings. But something as basic as this, I've never seen it before. But I've always had bad luck hunting these kinds of ships. That's why I picked it up. Usually I just ignore air classes, you know. But I would really like to get one of those. An S-class in white. And that would be awesome. With maybe the black trim on it. That would be cool. But this expedition we're doing now, we get to ship from Mass Effect apparently. So I'll probably put that squid into storage and I'll use that for a while. Well, basically they're all the same, it's just an aesthetic really. But I should be able to transfer all of the junk I have from the squid, you know, the tech. And that's the tech I have in the squid. There it is there. And I'm always looking to improve. I'll squeeze every little bit I can from this. But to be honest, I don't think there's much more I can do out from finding another one of these with a better layout, let's say, on the charging squares. Ideally, well, they're in here, but they're all covered over. So you get 4 of them. You know, you could get one there, one there, one there, all over the place. Ideally, which would be jackpot, if you could get 4 squares like that. Obviously, with a bit of space going around, even, let's say here. 4 of them together. That would be something. That's 1,000,000,000 to 1. That's where you could get a bit more power into the ship. Oh, we'll get back to our original save in a moment. But we're stuck on phase 3 because of that. Why did it do that? That silly freighter mission thing. Now, I'll tell you for fun. Yeah, I'm going to take out this these pirate things. And we'll see how the infrared knife guns work on this. Yeah. I've only farmed about 100 and got fed up because I was mostly getting C. And then sometimes I get A. And mostly pirate systems because of the higher chance. Yeah, I got sick of farming them. Yeah, interceptors, that's what they're called. Yeah, that's the ones. Yeah, that's the most interesting one I've found. And I found it pretty early on, and didn't understand how rare it was. Just as long as I kept it. Yeah, I'd love one of those in white. Would be nice. But I think if they give the ability to change the colours in a ship, it would kind of ruin the kind of searching experience, you know? I think they know that. Yeah, they have to be. They're tiny. You get variants of those with wings. Those are, I won't say they're common. Like, they're kind of semi-rare. Come across a good few of those. But they're useless. They're either in red or yellow. Yeah. You know? Or an all-black ship would be awesome. Now, I actually buy that to give away as gifts. Just to get rid of some of the money. Just get that out of the way. Yeah, why not? There we go. Like, orange. Orange is a big color as well. Orange, blue, yellow. Yeah. White, black. Yeah, not common. I don't know, I think I might have seen green. It was probably unusual to get that squid in a green. I think green kind of suits that. It would look good in white. Rarely will you get one of those guys refusing a gift. But there's always one. I'm just here offloading some junk. I don't like orange. And I'm disgusted of yellow as well. I wouldn't mind more rooms for, let's say, storing ships. I wouldn't mind setting up a base with a kind of showroom, let's say, with the ships in it. but I'd have to give a lot more space, you know. Yeah, oh, well, I think I might have, yeah, in the sea. Yeah. But to be honest, I haven't done that many interceptors. Oh, I got fed up after a while. And then it's such a chore. Going out, finding it, hacking the thing, checking the ship, you know? Yeah, it's just to get rid of this junk. Well, the settlements I have usually make that junk up, but you'll get some as well through loot and that kind of thing. I don't know, have I got another one frame? Apparently I have. Right, let's get out of here, guys. Oh, I got all the staffs. Yeah. Yeah, that was hard to do. You know what those? Sometimes if you change for a different piece of the staff and then replace it, it kind of works. I got all the staffs, all S's. Yeah. Here, I've got them here. This is a storage base I have. Never got around to finishing it. Just too much to do in the game. Got into the fishing and, you know, ships and all that. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Very, very hard. But I've got every variation of the staff. Very nice. But they're not much good, to be honest. I prefer the multi-weapon. Yeah, I don't use them, but they're nice to collect. I was going to make a large spot in here for the exo craft. I'll get around to it eventually, I suppose. Yeah, there they are there. The other ones you're on about. The Basilisk Crown, Reforged, Flameborn, that one. Well, that's actually a gun. There's the staffs there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 staffs. I don't like the storage system. It's cool, you know, because it gets it out of your inventory. But wouldn't it be nice if you had some kind of glass case or something you could put on your freighter and kind of store them in that? Be kind of cool. I said I'd eventually get around to something like that in the future. Oops. Ah, Croc. Croc. Another thing that's killing me. I need a huge door. Wouldn't it be nice? I have to build a good few feet up from the ground. When I'm redoing a base, I'm gonna get a paradise planet, but yeah, you want pretty decent flat ground. You're not gonna get it on a paradise planet. And that's all the junk I have out there. Never got around to it in the end. Now, let's get back here for a moment. Yeah, just for storage. What I really want to do is I want to build an underwater base. And they did the update with the, you know, deep oceans and that. The problem is that glass stuff they have is not great. I was kind of holding out. I'm in no rush, but I was hoping that they would come out with, let's say, you know, glass roofs, something like that in Subnautica would be nice. You know. Yeah, more glass the better. Yeah. What I tend to do when I'm building those, because the ground level is very unpredictable, you're wasting your time terraforming. It will come back instantly almost. Same with the plants. You want to find a place that's very sparse, very flat, and if there is any plants, build above. And even if it's flat, go a couple of feet up. You know, the only way. Not like Valheim, where it's, you know, you can do the terraforming and it's much more stable. But even in Valheim, there can be little glitches here and there, especially after an update. But let's say for a game you can terraform on, Valheim is about the stablest I've ever seen. Starfield, oh, good God. No. I remember putting down a base that came back within hours. It was overgrown. Yeah, yeah. But I think they need a few more parts in the settlements when it definitely comes to building underwater. The domes are cool, you know, but you know, rooms, something like they did in Subnautica, you know, stuff like that. You know, maybe some glass roofs and maybe the ability to put in more windows if you want to. Would be kind of cool. And randomly, yeah, I've seen that happen. Let's say take for instance one of the fishing things I have where I'm trying to get the last few fish, but it's one of those glass domes, but it's pretty deep. It's about 70 meters down underwater, but it's on a planet where there's always a storm. But even when I'm in the sphere, in the, you know, the dome, 70 meters underwater, it's like I'm outside. I can hear the storm, and no, my character is kind of moving with the effects of it. Yeah. Know exactly what you mean. But it's not a base, it was a temporary thing I put up to catch certain fish. We're gonna have to get back soon to it. What was it? Oh, it was a long one. That was the shortest one I had. 4.5 hours. We had a decent chance, you know, of finishing on this stream if it wasn't for that. But we'll have to definitely finish it tomorrow. I think the expedition is over the day after. So no matter what happens, you know, even if I have to do really long streams, I get this over with, you know. I expand. I just pick them out random. Yeah. Well, and to expand on this, you can tell, let's say, you know, the ecosystem in this. You know, mining, blah, 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 how much they're selling for, all that kind of stuff. That's the economy scanner. Yeah. I rarely hit that unless I'm looking for something in particular. But I've got so much of a stockpile of junk now. Here, let's hit that guy. Always nice to get rid of a little bit more junk. And this time we'll just buy it and just leave it there, and I'll get rid of it later. Yeah. Well, basically, well, anything with a 3-star. You know, anything with a 3-star would have, you know, opulent, wealthy, that kind of stuff. But it doesn't make a difference once it has 3 stars. I've never been too successful, to be honest, on 3-star systems. You know, it's mostly 2-star systems, but I think it's maybe because I've probably been to maybe 20 times more 2-star systems than 3. But I have really rotten luck when it comes to pirate systems. And apparently those guys have a 5% chance. Actually, this is what we'll do, just for the fun of it. We'll Well, yeah, I'll call in my freighter and I'll get something to track down one of the interceptors. We'll give it a shot. We need to kill a bit of time anyway. I can show you the kind of luck I get. Like, I think I did 20 of these, 20 systems, with a so-called 5%. All C's. The second I went to a 2-star system and got an A, you know? Here, let's just get rid of this junk. And then I'll give it a shot. Oh, I'll tell you what I need to do as well. Yeah, I've rotten luck in these systems. I could do with a few more freighters, living freighters. I've been messing with them, and let's say what I wanted to do is their stats to be maxed out with at least 20 on every level. And I found if you pick a B or an A, you're wasting your time, because they'll only do X amount of fleet missions, and then they'll stop getting experience. So I've got a few I want to get rid of, and, you know, replace them with something decent. So we might have a little crack at that in a moment. But with this, you're talking about an average of 8 to 10 minutes when you're looking for these. And most of the time, yeah, they're rubbish. So what have we got there? Everything except Korvac. Let's see if we can get rid of some of these. Yeah, I've rotten luck with those. I did find by accident, I found an S-Class eventually, but it was just one of the normal ones. And I found that A-Class by accident as well. But every time I go out, especially looking for them, I have 0 luck. Oh, exotics! I bump into them every 5 seconds. Yeah, I remember I was landing on you know, one of those trading stations on the planet, and you know, I think like 3 different systems, 2 times in a row. As I was walking back to my ship, one just plopped right down beside me. Yeah. You need to add more than orbs. Oh, what exactly do you mean by orbs? Oh, they need to add... Oh, the type of ship, yeah. You mean the type of ship, yeah. Oh, wrong guy. I'm just desperate to get rid of this junk. Okay. So I've only got these guys left. Now I'll check here for that that dust stuff as well. If I get the right mission, I'll take it. New designs, yeah. Well, it's basically the same core ship. Yeah. When you say orbs, you mean the royals, the exotics, yeah, the kind of bubble shape. And then they've either got a beak and a tail, or minus a beak or a tail, or they've got a wing, yeah. Just basically the same design, which is a little different. Apparently, I think there's 7 or 8 different designs. Or different looks, I should say. No, cursed dust. That's what it's called. I'll take cursed dust missions if it's, you know, destroy pirates or deliver cargo. I will not take them on a raid. It's not worth the hassle. There's nothing there I want. I wouldn't mind using one for a while if I could get something special, you know? But I haven't got much tech for those.
Product received. Product received.
I haven't got a ton of tech for those.
Received. Product received. Product received. Product received. Product received.
I suppose it would give me something to do.
Product received.
Now let's get rid of some of this junk.
Units received. Units received.
No, we just about squeeze one more in.
Received.
We just about squeeze. We got another 100k. What have we got here to get this guy? Well, we got 100 and... 160k, I think. Excuse me. Should be able to get it with that one.
Units received.
There we go. Could even fit one of these guys in. Oh, I don't have... Yeah, one of these.
Units
There.
received.
That's as much as we can squeeze on that one. Minus the base, yeah? Yeah. Now, let's get out of here. Oh yeah, we said we were going to do a little experiment. It's been a while since I did this. Yeah, I could do with replacing maybe 3 or 4 ships. But I've noticed since the last few updates, finding an S-class living freighter is a bit of a job. You know? Yeah, it's a bit of a job. You see where I just done that? I've got the locators here, I don't want to waste them. There. Now, if you're doing this, guys, looking for living freighters, and this is very, very annoying. It really is. Now, usually you just go in, yeah? You go into this. Yeah, you come over here. You'd use your detector. And then obviously you'd warp off. Now the problem is you do that pretty quick, right? You find a ship and just as you're coming in to make contact, some ships will warp in and the friggin' thing disappears. And this is the problem. You gotta wait here until they jump in. Now they're probably already jumped in. There's a kind of delay, there's a lot longer than usual delay for the jump in. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, Doubleman, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, a great day, and a good weekend. Stay safe, Double. Bye. Yeah, we're not too bad. But I've done it many times. It's really frustrating. You go in, you're just about to make contact with a living ship. 5 freighters will warp in, and that's it. He just disappears. You're dead. But it's because of this. Okay, they must have already warped in already. Okay, let's give it a shot. Yeah, just wait about 30 seconds. My pleasure. Have a good one, Stag. Bye. Let's see. You know what? I suppose if we find a freighter, we'll hit that as well. There's a small possibility that thing I'm looking for is in a freighter, Yako, but it is very small. I did a good few freighters. Rubbish.
Technology recharge.
It takes anywhere from an average of 8 to 12 minutes to find one of these. That's if there's one in the system. But as, let's say, you've got a 2 out of a 3 chance there's one in the system. And to find an S, I'd say maybe a 1 in 10. Not great odds. No, I did a ton of these. You know, these put 'em up. You'll get relics, you get all of that junk. But wherever that thing is I'm looking for, it's definitely not there. Small chance it might be on a freighter, but a very small one. Only because maybe I've only done about maybe 60, 70 freighters. It's Max Cute, yeah? Well, thank you. Irish, Midlands. It's changed a little bit, I suppose, over the years. It's kind of softened maybe a little bit, you know? Yeah? It's been a while since I've been interested in a game like this. You know that? The kind of game, you know, where after playing it you can come in for an hour or two each day. It's rare you find one of these games. Now, obviously this game wouldn't be for everyone, but it definitely scratches an exploration itch, you know? Oh, we wouldn't understand. It depends. You know, there's different regions. The same in every country. You know, let's say if you go to, let's say, the Midlands in the UK, you know, pretty easy to understand. You know, if you go to some of the inner cities or maybe up north in the West Country, oh my, way different. Yeah, it's pretty much like that, you know, everywhere. Scotland as well. But usually in the Midlands in every country, there's, you know, the way it goes, let's say, would be, you know, the counties, let's say, probably, you know, over time, you know, especially in the past, and then, you know, you get a lot of colloquial terms as well. But you're probably thinking about maybe the 6 counties, Jaco, or Donegal. Yeah, like I even have problems, you know, sometimes myself, to be honest. Or Clare in the rural counties. And the Gaeltacht speaking ones as well. And Dublin itself has maybe at least 3 distinct accents. The inner city one would be really kind of rough. But the same can be said in, let's say, in the UK, let's say Liverpool, you know, Birmingham, you know, especially the cities. I think they made it too long to find these ships. And it's only a chance, as I said, is about, there's a good chance, 2 and 3 that you'll, but basically when that hits the bottom, if you haven't found one by then, chances of finding one after that are almost 0. Yeah, they did it good, you know. Actually made by people who probably play games. Yeah, it's looking bad once we go past the halfway stage. Now, if I get a freighter, I'll take that as well. Who knows? I might get that little piece I'm looking for. If I do, I'll drink a bottle of champagne. That thing has been driving me nuts to find that last treasure. Oh my, come on now. Yeah? Knowing my luck, this is probably an empty section of space is rare. Usually. The quickest I've ever found one of these is 2 minutes. Just over 2 minutes. The longest, I think, 17 and a half. But I'm not waiting for 17 and a half minutes. Yeah, anything over... Well, anything over about 10 minutes is almost futile. Yeah. No, it's looking bad, guys. As I said, in these pirate systems, I have rotten luck, Yakko. And we'll give it another minute. Gotcha. A C, a B at best, I'd say. Oh no, it's got some numbers. We have a shot at this, maybe. Probably a C. I've rotten luck in these systems. Probably have a better chance of getting one than a 2-star system. Yeah, I want to tell you, a C. You could do 10 of these in a row. It's really disheartening. What you're better off doing, especially if you have a setup like I have, go to another galaxy and do that one. If you keep getting C's, just go to another galaxy. That guy is brutal. But not only, let's say, the fuel that they would use up. You can pretty much mess with this a little bit. You can actually feed the ship. But you see this? This is a massive problem here. If you're wanting to get these, let's say, you know, at least a minimum of 20 each one. That's what I would consider a half decent S-class. They'll only do X amount of missions, and then the XP will stop. And you know, at least one, maybe two of these will not hit the 20. Might have half a chance with an A, but you're better off with an S. You know. But I think the most I ever get for one of these was 50 mil. That's rubbish. Hey, I don't mind wasting that. Let's get out of here. On the crash planet, so I might do one of those in a moment. Let me see. Yeah, just to kill that bit of time. I haven't looked for one of those. We're better off searching a pirate system for that. Okay, we'll go back to the pirate system. I'll probably be able to do it from here. Hang on. Here, let me just get this here for a moment. I have an idea. We'll skip through the settlements and that'll get us back. Here, there's a pirate system. And that's a new one. Oh yeah. I got all of them unlocked, yeah. I finished the game.
Hostile ships approaching.
We'll take this guy out because it's a pirate system. But I don't even bother boarding it. I don't need the money. It's a waste of time. But I do need the little upgrade thing. There's still one that's a tiny little bit better I'm hunting for, but the chance of finding it is slim.
Heavy missile inbound. Pirate engines neutralized.
As you can see, I've never done this before. The problem with doing pirate ships is, if I actually save this ship, I'm getting nothing, just cash from these guys. So I could probably save 2 ships by the time this guy dies. The problem is I'll get 0. I'll have to let this guy die before I take out the last of this guy's shields. So we'll just take a few more and then we'll wait.
Shields depleted. Heavy missile inbound.
So we just gotta wait. You see where the civilian shield's hull is down to 87? We've gotta make sure he dies. If I take out these shields, the guys will give me money and a thank you. This guy will surrender, blah blah blah, whatever the case may be. But we don't get any upgrade. I don't know if it was meant to be that way or a bug, but I think it's pretty lame. The shields before the thrusters. Well, I always take out the engines first, so there's no getting away. But you don't have to take the weapons out. You'll take out the engines and you'll take out the shields quicker than you'll take the guns out. They're much tougher, even with the weapon I have. But once they give up, then the guys are saved. I could do it if I'm lucky. I could do it even before their shields drop. But obviously, having good maneuverability on the ship and a decent weapon makes a big difference. Yeah. When I started at first, I was taking out the weapons and stuff like that. And then I realized, these guys used to get away. So take the engines out. Then I tried the shields, and they give up once the shields are done. They'll stop firing. You can take out the shields long before you take the weapons. These guys will keep on going missiles no matter what, as long as their shields are on. And I show you that the only reason I'm even doing this. Now let me show you. Now this is my little lineup. It's on the freighter, isn't it?
Civilian freighter destroyed.
I'll show you in a moment.
Missile inbound.
Now we should get that. Oh, hang on. I missed one, did I? Oh, there it is. There we go. Nah, it's only a mining. Nah, it's not what I want. Right, let's go. I'll show you in a moment. There's only one thing I'm after. Yeah, it's a pretty decent weapon. Now this is the freighter here. Where is it? Now you can see the upgrades here. They're all maxed. Oh, except one. You see this one here? 250. You see it? See that one there? 249, 250. I'm just looking for another 250. I can squeeze one more light year out of this. That's the only reason I even bothered with that. I need one more 250. That's it. That's the best that freighter will ever be. Otherwise, those guys could have died. Well, they did. I wouldn't even bother with the shields. Now I always sell that straight away. I go up to about 15%. You're only allowed 3. And you're only allowed one freighter, so it's just junk to sell. No, it's just the small guys left, isn't it? The egg. Oh, sugar. Okay, I hit the wrong button. There should be a way to cut through this dialogue, guys. It's really bad. Look. We just get in, no problems, and you have to push the button about 15 times. There's not many Gek here, is there? Is he a freighter pilot? No, he's not. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, I'm just getting rid of the statues I have, Yako. I'll show you them in a moment. These guys? Yeah, I got a ton of them for my settlement. And when you give them a gift, you're kind of, you get brownie points. You remember that high score I have in faction thing? There's nothing else I can do with them, really. God knows I don't need the money. Yeah, I just get rid of them that way. Well, at least there's something. It's either that or sell them and destroy them, and I don't really need the money. And anyway, I have a curiosity to see, is there a cap on the standing? Yeah. I have a kind of curiosity to see, is there an actual cap on it? Yeah, increase the standing.
Product received. Product received. Product received.
Right.
Units received.
I like getting rid of the big guys if I can.
Units received.
Oh, okay, there's nothing here I can get rid of, is there? Oh yeah, that.
Units received.
What do we like now? 60 grand.
Units received.
Ah, this will do the rest.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
I haven't got time for that. We'll give them that as well.
Units
I haven't got time to mess about with that. That will do. I just want to get rid of some of this junk for 1 second. Just to make it a little bit of room. That's enough for a while. Here, let's get... whatever. We'll check those ones later. Now. Oh yeah, we're going back and what are we doing? We're checking for a ship, isn't it? Yeah, let me go back here. We need to call in our freighter so I can get this junk. That's the Corvette parts I have got there. I got just junk somewhere. What am I looking for again? Yeah, here it is. We'll go with the fragment there. Yeah, might as well. Oh, I can't do this. Okay, we'll have to go on the ship, guys. That is really stupid. Yeah, I have some stuff I want to drop off anyway. Yeah, I have it in the S class. They're rare enough. Out from that one, I think I've only seen 2 others. They're pretty rare. Yeah, about 2 others. Yeah, I needed to call it here anyway before we could board it. Ah, it was the only name I could think of. What? Ah, you're kidding me. In the same system, guys. Come on. That's a bug, anyway. There's another bug as well with these ships where if you scan it, it shows up as a different ship. Yeah, look at this. Freighter C. You see it? But this is my ship here. Oh, where is it? Freighter. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's a bug. It is actually from the movie Moonraker. James Bond with Roger Moore. Get rid of some of this junk anyway, I suppose. Oh, let's see what we've got to get rid of. Would you believe? Not a lot. Oh yeah, that thing. It's kind of stupid you can only do it from here. That's all I want is one. There, that will bring us straight to a ship. We can get there straight away, no messing. Oh. Nah, I'll do those later. Not a biggie. Yeah, we're just messing about to see if we can... see if we can find a decent ship, which we won't. At best, it will be a B. Yeah, yeah. There's tons of them. It's not too bad though. You know, I've seen worse ones. Now I'm better off landing before I do this. Here, let's just get back in here. So that's, even if there is a ship in this system, there should be. Let me see what we get. The best about the fragments is they'll bring you right to the ship. You don't have to stop off at the other base and track it down. Now, let's go. forget how to do this again. See? Yeah, there it is. Ah, you see, for starters anyway, it's bringing me out to a 2-star system. Yeah. So don't get me. It is easy to get mixed up. That's the problem with these. Like it's a 2-star system. Yeah. Hey, you never know. You never know. Just to prove a point. You're just better off stumbling into these. But it takes too much time tracking them down if you don't do it this way. Yeah. Oh, the guys that you can hire, yeah. The ones you can add. They're usually rubbish, to be honest. You're better off with the living ships. Even picking up a sea. Hang on. I just want to get some junk. We might as well get something here before we go. Yeah. The living ships. At least you can, if you try, you can get those in S. And they don't spam you with messages once they're out. They just do their job and back. There's no, you know, we're damaged, come and fix us, or, you know, what will we do now? I'll hold our hand. Pretty much like the settlements in Fallout. The living ships will just do their job and come back, no messing. The downside is, if you have ships with guys in it, let's say not the living ships, you know, when they're not on a mission, you'll see some of the pilots walking around the freighter, and it's kind of nice to have people there. That's the upside. Yeah, you can hire them. Yeah. I did in the beginning. I hired a lot of pirate ships. And they just look horrible. The second I seen the living ships, I said, yeah, we're going with that, because I eventually want to get the living freighter. There's nothing there I want. Ah, let's see, we got a little bit of rubbish. 74 grand. I don't even know, have we anything to sell for 74 grand? I think it's too cheap for our blood. No, would you believe? We don't have anything to sell for that kind of money. Yeah, let's see if we can give away some of this junk. Yeah, you can. I did in the beginning. I hired a lot of the frigates.
Product received.
Now I buy these
Product received.
because I'm getting them for 66% off,
Product received.
and you'll make a small profit on them. There's another way of making nanites as well. But you got to be maxed out with these guys to get all the goodies, you know. There. Now let's see. Yeah, well, I gotta sell that junk anyway, don't I? Now, right, we're going after this ship, aren't we? Right, let's do this. Yeah. Imagine if I found an S-class, one of those small ships I'm looking for, Yako, in white. I would say about maybe 100 million to 1. At least. It's usually the classic, the kind of classic piece of junk. The fire something it's called. But it really ticked me off. Okay, we gotta do a search apparently. It's down here apparently. Here. Be rude of us not to scan the wildlife. We'll just scan everything on the way down. He looks like a predator. Radiant shard. Well, they're worth about 50 nanites. Can I grab that? No, this way. B's and a few S's, yeah. The problem with the well, definitely the C's anyway, they're useless. Yeah, just a waste sending them on something. But they're okay in the beginning, obviously, starting off. What have we got? A piece of rubbish. And most likely a C or a B. It's one of those big fires, something they're called. Where are they? There you go. Every time. Every single time. Yeah, at the very least. See what I mean? Look, well, it's not the usual, it's still rubbish. I would guess a B, tops. An A, but it's still rubbish. Yeah, I wouldn't even touch that. God, that is some piece of rubbish. Yeah, and they just do it too many times. Yeah, I just kind of zoned out from that. And blue, of course it's blue. Has to be blue. They only come in blue. Ah, you can't chew up that brain. So we'll cancel this, because I'm not wasting my time with that. And that's why I don't even bother looking for these. Yeah, I don't even bother. Right, let's get out of here. Just to prove a point. And that's actually lucky finding an A. But even if it was an S, I don't think I'd take it. Because it looks... God, it looks bad. Yeah, it only ticks me off. I'll eventually, I suppose, go on one massive spree looking for it again. But not in this galaxy. No way. I had too much bad luck in this galaxy. Even, like, you wouldn't mind if you got that maybe 3 times in a row. Then you even still got a piece of junk on a C, but maybe a little bit of a different design where you could feel like maybe you're kind of getting closer, or, you know, you might find something that even has an interesting shape. But no, 99 times out of 100, you'll get that shape, The only difference is, you know, the class. It will be anywhere from a C to an A. And if the gods are with you, it'll be an S. But really, do you even want it as an S? Yeah. All it is going to take up space, you know. Now, I'd say, guys, we'd be close enough, would we, now to that thing. What's it called? Oh yeah, we better bring in our freighter here. Oh, hang on. We have to get out of this system. I won't be able to travel back to that freighter. But yeah, rubbish. No joking, I did about 100 planets. Never even come close to getting an S. And then randomly, long before that, I found that A. You'd easily be able to get a ship if, you know, let's say, you know, there's lots of guys who give lots of portal addresses to stuff they've found, but it's not the same. No, unless you find it yourself, that's the whole fun in it, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Well, I thought I'd just give that one a try for fun. That's the only one I can do anywhere.
Product received.
Let's see if I can just get rid of some of this junk. Sometimes it's very, very hard to see the color of a ship on a planet because of the massive glare, you know. Even on the stations here sometimes, you know, it's pretty hard to make the color out. Yeah. Even that, when I found that green, I wasn't truly sure what it was until I got it off the station. I think the station had a glaring red light. Yeah, I wasn't sure. For a moment I nearly had a heart attack. I thought it was orange. But luckily when I got it off it wasn't orange, it was green. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Yeah. Yeah, I was really ticked when I found that ship. I thought the stupid thing was orange. Green, not the best colour either, but kind of suits a squid, I suppose.
Product received. Product received.
And that's what I do with most of the stuff. If I can, I just give it to these guys. What else am I going to do with it? Oh, sugar. I hate it when that happens. Now. Yeah, somebody was asking me before. He said he was playing this game. He found it extremely hard to find a solar craft. You know, at any class. But, I don't know, I've never had any problems. Just two. Straight away, and every pirate ship you land on. They're neatish looking, alright, I will say that. But there is a plan you're supposed to get, and this is the horrible thing about it. Same color scheme. Yeah, even the staff. Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool all the same. There's the plan on this to create a sale for a solar ship. The irony of it is, even if I buy a solar ship, there's already one on it, won't let me create it. It must be some kind of bug. So you're never gonna do everything in this game. I think that's a bug they should address, to be honest. Right, let's get back to original save. And hopefully that ship is in. I doubt it, but we'll find something to do. Knowing my luck, there's probably still an hour left on it. I wonder if there's anything here I want to do. If there's any fireworks, I could go with some fireworks. Nah, rubbish. We're not going with that rubbish. Yeah. Oh, there's 3 days remaining. We have plenty of time. Oh, legs are killing me. Oh. We should be nearly finished this expedition by now if it wasn't for that stupid fleet thing. Yeah, we're here, aren't we? Oh, of course we are. That's a rubbish ship. Right, let's get back on the freighter and see if that fleet mission is back. I guess probably a half an hour left on it. Desperate. Yeah, it's my blood pressure. I feel like someone is holding an ice pack to my toes. Oh, where's our ship? Is that our ship? Yeah, it is. Interesting little ship. But I wouldn't change my... well, I don't think we can bring it across anyway. I still think you should be allowed maybe 3 freighters, and you can keep 2 in storage. Would be cool. Where's the fleet mission in this again? For God's sake, what way did I design this thing? Ah, it's beyond me. I just threw this together because... oh, here it is. No, it's still there, that little piece of... Let's see how long is left on this stupid mission. Oh my good God, guys, an hour and a half. I don't know, we've done 4 hours. Yeah, we can't really go any further. There's nothing we can do until this comes in. I got my 4 hours anyway. We're always going to be messed up with the fleet. It's kind of there to slow you down. There's no way we could find something to do for an hour and a half. We'll definitely finish this expedition on the next one. And then we get back to playing some other games. There, let's park this guy. Yeah, that's not coming in for an hour and a half. I know, at least I got my 4 hours, I suppose. Although we had to go back to the main save and mess about to get that. That really stopped us. I was almost sure I set 3 off. I mustn't have had enough ships and didn't have the money for the rest of them. And then thought I'd probably come in early, get those 2 back and send another one out. Probably forgot. So an hour and a half left in that. I'll get that one later. So when I come back here tomorrow, that will be done. Yeah. Even if you had to put one into complete storage, you know, you couldn't see it or access it like you do with the weapons. Yeah, something like that. You know, you could have your pirate freighter. You know, you could have the one from the other thing, and maybe if you found something nice. But a minimum of 3 freighters, you know, that you could choose from would be cool. You know what would be cool as well, which I can eventually see them do, maybe in the future sometime. I know I'd be thinking about it if I was, you know, any part of that company. You know those abandoned space stations out in the middle of nowhere? You know those ones? Doing an expedition for that where you'd actually claim one of those and you have to fix it up maybe and fix the economy up. Yeah. Something like that. Don't know how that would happen. But it would be interesting. You could have it as your little home base. You know. One of those stations, the abandoned ones. I don't know, that would probably take a lot, wouldn't it? Yeah, just the abandoned stations. You know, the ones that kind of look like the pirate ones. They're kind of damaged outside, but there's no one there whatsoever. You know, having that as a reward, you could claim that station and make a little base or something. Or claim any station, you know. That would be interesting. Having a little space station base. Well, you got the settlements, you've got the Corvette now, let's say. You've got the freighter. You can make a base. That would be the next step. Yeah, let's say what they did was you got some kind of chip. Some sort of activation chip. They'll have to remodel every one of those. And find someone you want and just go over to the computer, click it in, and you could claim the base. And then there was stuff where, let's say you could, you know, kind of like the settlement system, where you had to feed a ton of junk into it to fix it up. Like that. If they could do it with the settlement, they could do it with the bases. But I'd imagine that might take a lot to do, you know. Be interesting. Oh, I'm so tired. Yeah, well, it's an hour and a half for that to come in. We have 0 to do. So what I'll do is I'll bring this back to the main save and have it ready for the other stuff that's coming in on my original save. And we'll have a shorter stream than usual tonight. I've still done my scheduled time. I'm scheduled for 4 hours. I've been going for about 4 hours and 20 minutes, but I like to push to 6. Well, we don't have anything to do, you know? Because even if we find something to do for the hour and a half, you know, my 6 hours will be up anyway. So we're better off, you know, maybe this is a little shorter than what I usually do, I'd say. Even though I'm scheduled for 4 hours. I can come back later today, collect that, park this thing up, and then we can carry on the expedition properly without having to wait for that. Oh, hang on. Will we go for this, guys? We might as well. But it's limited to ships. Ships is quite cool. What do you reckon? We'll take a shot at these. Make some quicksilver. Yeah, I meant to do this anyway. I don't know. Oh, we got room. Let's see. If they're easy enough, we might take a shot. There's another 800 Quicksilver. Would be nice. That one might be a bit iffy. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. I have a really rubbish weapon. Maybe I should have been looking for a better weapon, huh? No, it's actually one. Yeah, but I didn't do the one. I never really touched them on the expeditions. So it's probably one left over from the day before, which will disappear, I think, around 9 AM. Yeah, in another couple of hours, one will disappear. 24-hour limit on each, and I think 18 hours after the other, they release the other one. Yeah, you'll see it in odd time. But if you do them on time, you'll only ever see one. On the weekend, you'll get two. You get a normal mission, and then you'll get the weekend mission, which is for 1800. The normal ones are just 400 each. And this is one of the normal ones. Don't even know if I can do it with this gun I have. Give it a shot. It's gonna be a grind, I can tell you that. Now, the other weapon, I can eat through those guys pretty quick. These guys could mess me up. You'd probably do it on a reset. You'd probably come on at the same time. Yeah, I've only ever done one a day. Now, sometimes I'll get two if I forget to do the first one. Let's say if usually I'll come in to do them about maybe 4 or 5 PM my time. Now, if I kind of forget and whatever, and I wake up during the night, maybe midnight or 1 AM, you know, I think it's 1 or 2 AM, then there'll be two. The one that I didn't take, and then the one into the new day. Yeah. But you will get two in one day if you picked the weekend. But that was the one for 1800. Probably right on the reset, yeah. Happens to me sometimes, but only if I'm kind of tardy on the first one. 600. Of course, they would make me walk over, what, half a mile? RuneScape. Yeah, I've never played that. I've been hearing some news about that lately, RuneScape. Yeah, that was in the news lately about something, and I can't remember what it was.
Thermal protection falling.
See, this is a horrible suit. Everything about this character.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Oh, I'd say we should be able to make it there anyway. Good God. We'll have to stop the scanning and just try and get here. Yeah, I've got a brilliant system on this suit. Both, in the same country. I've noticed as well on this expedition the controls are a little wild. Maybe it's just me, or I'm using an Xbox controller. It's probably had it. You know, it's very old. It's about 4 months old, which is a lifetime for an Xbox controller.
Units received.
Rubbish hardware. Oh, they reset the time zone, yeah.
Units received.
Okay, we're getting close. These guys are tough, you know. Easy on the other save because of all the junk I have. Do I even have enough bullets for these guys? I didn't really mess about with the gun either because I just want to get in and out of this.
Received.
Wasn't expecting to be doing this. That's why I usually ignore it. I say we'll take a little bit of battering on this one, guys. Yeah, they're not too bad with the weapon. I have you know, one of those the other guys with the interceptors, one of their weapons. We picked it up quite early. An S, a very rare S.
Units received.
I'm gonna be missing it here anyway. There we go. Oh, we want to get a high spot here. It's been a long time since these guys gave me trouble, but with this outfit and this rubbish gun, I think it's trouble we're gonna get.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Oh, this gun is it's really a sickener. It really is. Look at this gun. God, this is a horrible gun, isn't it? Okay, maybe a point blank range seems to be doing a bit better. Okay. It's one of these stupid ones. We've got to go around to about 10 of these. 60 something, yeah. No. They changed that, I noticed. When I first started playing this, they would all attack me at once. Very, very hard to defeat these guys. But I've noticed after a couple of updates, they spread out a bit more. Give me a little bit more breathing room. Yeah. Maybe that's why they did it. Like you'd have 10 of them. Just literally on you straight away. Which is not really the way an animal would work, you know. Usually 2 or 3. Within the rest of them would spread out.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Let me see what we're like for God. Have we got even ammo here? Let me see. We have not much of it. I've got so much junk here. Yeah, let's call in our ship. What is this? Oh, that's the thing I needed this on. Yeah, I'm leaving a lot of junk in my inventory for some reason. We get around to it later. No. That's plenty of ammo.
Protection
We're good. Right, let's get this other one. Now, where is it anyway? And there'll be more and more and more, and eventually we get to 65. One of my least favourite quests. But with the right weapon, we get through this right quick. This is not the right weapon. It's not a bad weapon, but it's just too slow.
Ground protection falling.
Uh-oh. Well, they're going into hiding again, aren't they? Not too bad. As long as we just keep moving, we're not too bad. Yeah, pretty much, aren't I? Ah. Okay, let's go and get the next set of coordinates. Better off to just let us kill these guys and get it over with. But there you go. Yeah, at least we're getting some Quicksilver. Can't be all that bad.
Alert. Navigational data received.
I'm nearly sure we're allowed to bring this back to Quicksilver. We actually even got some for a reward, so I'm guessing. Yeah, the only problem is when you're fighting multiple enemies, it takes too long to reload. The only way you're going to one-shot those guys is you want to be right up in their face. And then when you've got bad armor, dodgy. Personally, on the other one, I go in just with the laser. It's really powerful. You know, cut through them with the mining laser. But then again, that's upgraded to the hilt, you know. But it works more like a shotgun, you gotta be real up close. Yeah, but it's doing a little bit better than I thought it would.
Units received. Ground protection falling.
Oh, come on now. If you move around, you have a better chance of avoiding these idiots. Is that it? 15 of 28. Okay, we killed something else. Nasty little pieces, aren't they? Yeah, I'm pretty fond of the laser. It's almost as good, and I just don't have to mess about changing weapons, you know? But that's, as I said, on a really decent weapon. This is rubbish. That's it, I think, is it? Oh, we got our 400. About time. I said, why not? Let's get the Quicksilver. Won't get a chance like this again for a long time.
Units received.
Now, let's upload these. I have two weapons back in my original save. One I use exclusively for that, and the other one for scanning. So I don't have to flick through so many weapons, you know? It's the eggs, yeah. Taking out the eggs. It ticks them off, alright. Look at that junk. It's everywhere. So what have we got? Yeah, we'll come back with a nice few Quicksilver from this. No, please say this one is easy. Oh God, I hate these. I hate these with a vengeance. They're horrible. It'll probably bug out anyway. Probably send me to a planet I've already scanned. Yeah, we'll see. This is the most boring of all the quests. And for some reason, let's say that the gas thing is always hard to find. Yeah, okay. At least it brought us somewhere else. Where did it bring us? Okay. Let's see if we can get rid of something on the station. And when you're on these, you can't kind of save and reload. Yeah, none of that. So you're kind of stuck. If you save and reload, you'll start off again back at the station. Which is not a bad thing, because sometimes they bug out, you know? Yeah, some of them are actually. Well, I have a bit of room to sell, do I? Oh yeah, this is the other safe. We've got tons of room to sell. Now let me see. Let's start getting rid of some of this junk.
Units received. Units received.
Yeah, We can make that if we want.
Received.
The room is much better.
Units received. Units received. Units received.
I might keep that. See, I don't know. We might need it for something. Oh, hi, Zyglar. And how have you been? How's your weekend? Yeah, we're doing the expo. We got held up with a stupid fleet mission. It's gonna take me past my time. But we can get it on the next one. It's holding us up on stage 3. I didn't even know I had a get Croc, but apparently I do. Yeah, that will do for a moment. What are we here for? Oh, hang on. Yeah, this is the other side. Yeah, there's nothing really I want to get rid of here. Whatever. Get rid of them later. I'll do a massive clean anyway before we go back to our other save. Right, let's see if we can get these 400 Quicksilver. Well, it was discovered by deer anyway, it's not too bad. So we haven't been here. We'll have to survey plants, minerals, what was it? Plants, minerals, and then we do hotspots and animals. Yeah, plants, minerals, animals, then gas, electric, and mining, I think. Oh, hi, Jarton. And how have you been? We're just killing some time. We got held up on the expedition that wanted us to do 3 fleet missions. So we had 2 done, and the next one takes 4.5 hours, and there's still a couple of hours left on it. So once we do this, you know, we'll take a break and we'll finish it on the next stream. Oh yeah, we're surveying. Exactly what do we do here anyway? Survey this junk, isn't it? Don't ever do the hotspots before doing this other stuff. They won't count. Yeah. This doesn't really matter that much. The flora, fauna, minerals, that kind of stuff. This place is crawling with animals. Yeah, let's see if we can get this guy here now. Oh wait, you scan. Worst scanner of all times. Yeah, we'll grab what we can. We should be able to finish most of it here alone, I'd say. Then we'll have to get those other stupid hotspots. Good. Ah, yeah, not too bad, thanks, Jordan. So, what's the weekend like for you? Anything planned? Now, oh yeah, we'll get the minerals out of the way first, obviously. Minerals. Here. Obviously gonna go all out for these. I'll be just asking us for these in a minute. Come on now. Okay, we need some more minerals. Apparently there's one.
Units received.
Okay, two more. Better off doing it this way, guys. God, that's killing my eyesight. Yeah, we just run this way. You like the cold weather, yeah? Work and gaming. Not a bad combination. Come on, how hard is it to find a different rock? There should be some up here.
Units received.
It's funny, that should have scanned.
Units received.
There's a guy who wants a piece of my backside. Right, can we see a cave system around here, guys? This is taking too long. No, no cave system. Oh, hang on, what's that? Did we get our 7th?
Units received.
Not a hope. It's probably a plant. Now you understand why I hate these. Sometimes they'll even send you to a planet with only one life form, so you're not going to finish that one. You're better off to abandon the quest. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, we should be able to find something here. Oh! A waypoint. Right, here we go. I think I've got one. There it is.
Units
Oh,
received.
thank God. Now. Let's see, did we get the other guys? Yeah, it gets boring when you're doing these quests. But I usually don't do these, it's just it's part of what we need to do to get that stuff. Install the survey device. Yeah. Ah, we don't have a survey. Yeah. Okay. Hang on, I think they gave us one, didn't they?
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
There. Okay, we got a survey device. Now, what are we looking for? Here's one anyway. We got the mining. Oh, we got the mining one out of the way anyway. Okay. Let's go for the one that's here, and then we'll see. This could take forever getting these sometimes.
Units received.
This way. Oh my good God. And hi, King Necro. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome. And how have you been, King? How's the weekend been for you? Voltec, yeah. Oh, this is a new character for this expo. He's weak as a puppy. Oh, there's not much to the game, but the perks do really make a difference. Okay, once we get even in 5 meters, we should be able to lock on to that. Usually the gas one is the iffy one to find. Oh, for goodness sake, come on. Okay, where is this? This way, apparently. Okay, we better walk with this on because we're running around in circles. There we go. There. Right, that's one. Can we do this? Why not? No, the other two. Oh, we got the gas cloud. That's not too bad. I was off in the hound on the planet for maybe 40 minutes looking for stuff like this. And one will always give you trouble. I'm walking straight into a den here. We're getting carried away. I'll have to walk slowly to this. Once I use the jetpacks, the atmosphere here is taking me up too far. Come on. There we go. One more. This one is probably going to take us to hell. Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah, we might just get the ship out of here for a while.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Oh, the ship. I hope I'll repower the launch on that. I don't fancy walking back to that guy. Actually, the storm, if I remember these planets, the storm really doesn't make a difference. We're pretty much shaded. Okay, let's just get our ship and get out of here. Find some other spot.
recharge.
Alright, we'll move out a bit. Usually around water is not a bad spot to try. We'll see. Not a hope. Okay, we go a bit further. And we haven't got any water landing gear on this. Not that makes much of a difference. Ah, come on. I did say, guys, one of these were going to give me trouble. Actually, we're probably better off going back to where we came. It's probably on the far side of that. There should be multiple spots, but they split them up quite a bit. Doesn't really even give me a hint in what direction, does it? Pretty useless scanner. We have to be within 700 meters or something. Not sure. Give me a break. Okay, I'm gonna chance that way, guys. Going back towards where we found the other ones. Usually they hang up in groups. There's lots of colour in it, absolutely. But it gets very hard on the eyes after a while. I've been playing this for 4 or 6 hours. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't mind the graphics in it, but I know the graphics are not for some. They find it much too colourful. Oh, come on. It's usually the gas cloud gives me trouble. That's why I said I hate these quests. Ah, we got one. We got it. We got it. Oh, at last. Yeah, after a while. If you stay too long on the planet, space is okay, you know. But we got one. And this is electromagnetic.
Toxins detected.
Eat lead. Right, that should be it. Oh, thank God, I thought I'd never get that done. I literally pain in my backside sitting here for that. And that's it, at least we got the last of the Quicksilver. Let's get out of here before we get attacked. Ah, no, they're gonna make me do this. Of course they are. Of course they are. Now we've got to upload it and then get our reward. Kidding me. This thing is really eating the launch fuel, isn't it?
Technology recharge.
Yeah, this quest is a massive pain. I usually avoid these like the plague. Sometimes you can get lucky, but it will usually send you to a planet where there's only one life form. And it tells you to scan like 6 or 7. But you can abandon the quest, so you're not trapped on it. That's one thing at least. Yeah. Oh, you have to do many of these. It can be a real yawn fest. But it's only a small part of the game. Where are we uploading from anyway? Oh, from that? Really? There we go. Yeah, for Quicksilver. This is the last one. So, 1812. I pulled 3 grand out of this. We should be able to bring it back to our main save. Oh, I thought I'd never get that done. What's that called? Come on. Right, let's collect our reward. This is, see what to do is... Oh yeah, the default, yeah, I didn't bother. I've unlocked, yeah, probably all of it. Just kind of like the white. It doesn't give you any kind of, the attire doesn't really bother me that much if it doesn't give me that, any kind of protection or anything, you know? I kind of like the look of the kind of white one. It's not too bad. There's still a few pieces I think need to be unlocked, but very little. Some cloaks and that. There we go. Let's get our money. I'll eventually get around to doing it. I just getting caught up in stuff like this. Then I'll switch from this game to Medieval Dynasty and other things. Yeah. Yeah. I know it ticks me off on some of the outfits, let's say in Fallout, where they kind of, you know, odd shoulders and stuff like that, or, you know, maybe a leather patch with a kind of high rim on one side. Yeah. Like something a little bit more smug. I think visually it doesn't look that great, you know. Oh, wrecked. Oh, we got 5 hours, guys. That's not bad. Say about another 40, 50 minutes or a little more. The other one will come in, but I'll get that later. Close up that one, and then tomorrow we can finish this. Yeah, I want to see that ship. I'm really interested in the ship we're gonna get. It's not a freighter, it's just a ship. I'm gonna go back and check. I think I have tons of storage room. Should have. If not, I'll get rid of that other exotic. I don't need it anyway. There we go. What have we got? That's not bad. Yeah, we're pretty good. Right, let's get back to our main save. Well, at least we got something out of it. We got an extra 1200 and that 80. We got about 3 grand. Yeah. Yeah. This is very Stormtrooper, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my, I sleep. Something about this game that makes me really tired. Yeah, well, I suppose we'll leave the ship here. We don't need it. We can get back to our freighter from here. Where's that? Where are we? Here it is. Oh yeah, I've got rewards. I think now I'll pick them up. We'll pick up some of them here. Let me have a look, see what we're getting anyway. No, that's not where you get the rewards. It's over here. Ah, come on. Collect the rewards. We got this. Ooh, a floating primitive. Wayward cube. Base ornament. Nice. That should be some of the stuff I'm looking for. Yakko, you know, missing from the lineup list. Yeah, this will make you very tired. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It actually do, because, yeah, after a while you get tired pretty quickly. Yeah. There it is there. We'll get that in a moment. Here, let me see. Let me check anyway. It's obviously in here somewhere. The catalog and thing. Whatever. We'll just grab it. Should be good. So that's the only thing we have. I better collect it now and store it.
Collectible received.
And what's this? Oh, that's Expedition 20. Oh. Whatever that is. Right. Okay. Oh, it's a blueprint. It's actually a blueprint, guys. Nice. Yeah, it's the music as well. Hi, Papa. Yeah, we don't actually get it. It's a blueprint. That's fine by me. I prefer the blueprint, to be honest. Yeah, it's not here. Let me see where we are on blueprints now. Yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, cool. You see this? This was at 8:18. Now we got that other blueprint. Now it's at 8:19. So the only stuff I'm missing from that is from the expeditions that I'll have to wait to get to. Nice. Yeah, yeah. Remember that was 8:18. Now it's 8:19. There'll be a few other things as well. Should get maybe a couple of dozen pieces of junk from this. Yeah, very irritating when you can't get your hands on them, you know. Yeah, it's actually a blueprint. I can't wait to get my hands on the ship. It is, yeah. You would think they would do one of these a month or something. There's a lot of expeditions, you know, and then let's say it's fairly recently, you know, became available on another platform. So, you know, there's a lot of new players. I thought maybe they might ramp that up a little bit. Yeah, we might as well get rid of this junk while we're here. Oh, these ones are back. Gromulus. Sorry, I didn't see you there, Gromulus. Haha. Where are you? Let me go spin back on chat. Okay, I've spun back a good bit. Let me see. Oh yes, there, I see you. Hi Gromulus, how have you been? Sorry, there's only about 7 or 8 lines of chat on this laptop, and it kind of rolls off the screen pretty quick, so I had to kind of scroll back to see that one. So how have you been? Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Although it's settled for being younger again. Yeah, it rolls off chat pretty quick. Yeah. So, what have you been up to? How's things with you? Anything planned for the weekend? Especially with this as well. Every time I play this, I feel so tired. You see, I'm watching my TV screen here, so I kind of turn my head to the right, actually, to see the laptop. Sometimes when I kind of get into a zone with this, I forget to look at the screen as well. Wizard 101. Nice. Was that like a kind of Dungeons and Dragons kind of... Is it like a card game or something? The name sounds familiar. Wizard multi... Oh, nice. Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons kind of thing with the wizards. Yeah, do you seen that coming in there, Yako, that Corvette piece? Let's see how many of those Corvette pieces we... Oh god, look at this rubbish. I'll sort it out later, I'm too tired. Here. You should see them here. Yeah, there's one there, you see it? Yeah, just get this here and I'll get around to sorting it out later. This expedition kind of bogged us down a little bit, Grumulus. We were going fine until we had to do the freighter missions. I had 2 sent out, I thought it was 3. And then we needed 3 before we could kind of go forward. But when we sent the freighter out, it takes 4.5 hours to do the mission. So that really put a dent on our progression. But we just kind of did other junk, you know. In the meantime. But it really stopped our progression at it. Yeah. I was hoping they might eventually come up with a better system. But I haven't sold junk for ages, so... This stuff here is just usually the stuff I give away, Yakko. And you see this here? Well, sometimes you'll get some of those Quicksilver missions. We've got to build a stupid base. So I carry all the stuff down here so I don't have to go, you know, look for it again. That's what I usually do with that. I had much more stuff when I was working out the recipes. But once I got all of those, then I just dumped everything. Yeah, I dumped those guys. There, let's tidy it up now. Let's sort this one. All the sellable stuff down here. And all the stuff I want to keep in storage. I want to get X amount of the other stuff. I'll get rid of that as well. This is all the stuff that we will be selling. Now you understand about the money situation. Yeah, cool. It's not a problem. It's actually you get too much junk to sell when you start doing those fleet missions. Yeah, we actually got 2 Corvette pieces, which is not great. Usually you get more. Oh, that's a lot of junk, isn't it? Yeah, that will do. Okay, let's store it. Yeah? Oh, due to a drunk driver. Oh my god. That's horrible. You know, anytime you lose someone like that. Especially if something so silly, you know? Yeah, I could never understand people who would do that. You know, take that chance. Selfish beyond words. You know, even though they don't set out to obviously do that, but still, you know, the chances of it happening is horrible. Myself, let's say, my brother's dad-in-law actually was hit and killed by a drunk driver, and they did a hit and run. I think the cops eventually tracked him down. That was a long time ago, guys. That was oh my. That would have been around the early to mid 80s, I remember. Yeah. I think it was at some kind of sports match, and it finished up late in the evening. It started to get a little bit dark. Yeah, you know, around the winter it's a little bit dark. He was walking home, he was well in on the path. Somebody clipped the path, hit him. I think they were drunk. Yeah. I was out of the country at the time I was working, but from what I know, it was something like that. 1993. You still have the sweater on, my. But they were drunk, yeah? Yeah, that's the only experience I have with it. Oh, hang on. My cousin, back in the early 80s as well, was killed by a silly driver, but not drunk. Granted, she was standing, you know, pretty close to the road's edge, but like any sensible driver wouldn't be driving right on a verge, you know, inches away from a grass verge. But she was only a kid. She's only about 12 or 14. Yeah. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. He had stopped by to place me to give me a sweater for Christmas gift. That was in '93 and I still have the sweater. And it happened just after that. Oh my. That's what I'm saying, you just never know where it's coming from. You know, you don't have to get ill or anything. Horrible, yeah. I remember my uncle was devastated. Absolutely devastated. Horrible way to go. Yeah, she lived for about an hour or so after, I think. Now, this is the Corvette bits I have. And I haven't even gotten around to making up one yet. That's what I collected, Jacko, and that's just from the freighter and the pirate things. I didn't even set out to get these. Some of them are interesting pieces, actually, like that. Titan Heavy Booster. But they did an update on this and they added new parts. And I eventually get around to building something. Left the place to go to parents for dinner, and on the way they got... Oh, he was in another car. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is an awful tragedy. That's horrible. Yeah. No, both instances I'm all about. Yeah, he was walking home. Drunk driver. The other one, yeah, just a kid too close to the edge of the road. But not, let's say, out far enough to get hit. Unless you're a really sloppy driver. Yeah, I've seen drivers like that. I just can't understand them. You know, let's say really bad drivers. they're afraid of hitting oncoming traffic. They'll keep really close. Well, we drive on the, you know, on the right, so they keep really close to the left. And or the left, I mean, sorry. They're almost on the grass verge. Then you see other drivers, you know, too much out to the white line. Yeah, I don't know, maybe they have a problem. Oh, that's an absolute tragedy. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Horrible things happen. Probably the most gut-wrenching thing I've ever seen. You know, there'd be a wake, obviously, when someone passes away. But it was a grandniece of mine. She was about 2 years old. I still have nightmares about that one. I don't know if it's a good idea to, you know, let's say, you know, a baby to wake a baby, to be honest. Of a gaming store where we played. Oh, nice. Oh, that's it, I think we'll just save it here. Yeah, I'll see some sad things. Horrible things happen to good people. It's just cosmic casino, isn't it? Right, I think that's me, guys. Well, I didn't do too bad. I did about 5.5 hours. And seeing as that mission is not coming in till, let's say, probably another hour-ish. Yeah, I'll come in and collect it later. He's still there. Oh. Oh, at least the business stayed in the family, you know? Right, so I will leave it here, guys. 32 years. And thanks for being here, Jaeger. I appreciate it. Have a good one and stay safe. Yeah, that would have been 93, so... 3... Yeah. Yeah, 32 years. I remember 93 well. I was... well, 92, 93. I was in Berlin. Yeah. I think I was there. Oh, well, I was there actually for a good while. I was there several occasions, mostly in the mid to late 80s. But 92, 93 probably the most time there. Yeah? Right, let's just save this so we're good to go. Yeah, so that's me done. I've almost done my time, so it's not too bad. The mission we need to proceed with Expedition, it's kind of on a timer thing, and it won't let me proceed on the other steps. It's not like I can do step 4 and then come back to step 3. Yeah, it wouldn't let me do that. Probably just as well I might have bugged out anyway. So, but I'm streaming tomorrow, so we'll definitely get rid of this tomorrow. I'll get my ship. We'll finish up as quick as we can on Medieval Dynasty. We'll take our time on that. That's a pretty decent game, but we still have a bit of decorating to do. I've done a lot of work on Medieval Dynasty on my time off as well, so I've managed to close it all in, and most of the buildings and stuff are done. And yeah, we'll find something else to play. I have a few, and I'll be looking out for a few more games. And the way I see this console thing going as well, I'd say, with Steam and Xbox now trying to throw their hat into the ring when they should have doing it a decade ago, only when they were pushed. But it's nice to see a bit of competition. Maybe Xbox now will start, actually making their equipment usable. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching the new Steam boxes coming out. Basically, it's about half the size of an Xbox. Not changing stuff and whatever, you'll be on the Linux platform, and you'll have access to a good few games on Steam. A nice kind of in-between thing, I'd say. I did, yeah, I was looking at it. I was quite interested. The only thing that concerns me, Gromelis, is the VRAM, and that's the only thing that concerns me about that. The CPU looks pretty decent. But the VRAM, it's only 8 VRAM, I think. And as far as I know, VRAM is for rendering and graphics and stuff, isn't it? I like to overbuild on stuff. But I think the X series has like 10. There's 10. But I don't know, unlike the Xbox, they might have been able to optimize it, seeing that they just wanted for gaming. Xbox, like, to add other stuff to spine and stuff, so if they did a good job of optimizing it, we should be able to push a bit more. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, cool. I think it would be a good situation. I think Xbox, they're finally realizing that the console thing, let's say, and the way they've been doing it, it's not really working. What's happening is pretty much like, cigarette smokers. They're all dying off. So they're not getting so much demand. I think, let's say, the people that were doing a lot on console, let's say, like ourselves, let's say the older people, we're dying off, and the new generations, okay, they play a little, but, they'll play on Steam, they'll probably play on the consoles, most of the time would be spent on the likes of TikTok, Facebook, social media, you know, X, that kind of stuff. So they're kind of pushing now towards, you know, having a lot of different stuff on the platform and more to convenience. If someone had, well, you couldn't really call them console anymore after this, but they'd probably be console looking. A platform where they could access whatever they want. I think everyone would benefit from that. The competition is healthy as well. You know, I do know that, let's say the decent few customers that Linux pulled from Microsoft Windows have, you know, got their attention. See, the problem with any company or any corporation, when they're really big and there's no one else to go to, they'll let their infrastructure go to rot. You know, why should they even bother fixing it? But once, you know, a little threat comes along, they'll start to get their act together. So competition is always good. You know, competition is always good. I don't know, could you even call it competition either? But Sony was going down that route. I haven't heard much from Nintendo. But Nintendo is probably playing what we call a long game. They'll sit back and wait and see how it goes. If it's a success, you'll hear from Nintendo. There would be, yeah. They didn't do too well with the Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition. My God, Yakko, it was a bigger disaster than the Skyrim one. I heard they gave an apology. Is this true, guys? But that would be a very hollow one, wouldn't it? Well, the same could be said for almost any console, you know. Most of the kids I know, in this country at least, Yakko, it would be all Xboxes and PlayStations. Very little with Nintendo. I would say maybe 10% Nintendo, maybe 50% PlayStation, and maybe 35-40, let's say, Xbox, you know. And anyway, kids now, let's say, they don't spend as much time gaming as we used to when we were younger, you know. A certain kind of MMOs, when I'm talking about, you know, the 16, 17, 18-year-olds, you know, most of the time I see they use it on their phone, twiddling their thumbs on some social media platform. If anything was a threat to gaming, well, to gaming guys making games, I suppose it would be that. So they're going to have to broaden their horizon, you know. But that's the story, guys. Now, I will do the usual. We'll raid some of our friends. And I will be back, of course, tomorrow at the same time. Hope to see you then if you've got the time. So goodbye, Yakko, Gromulus, Suburban Werewolf, let's see what else is here. And Jaeger. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for being here. Also, Terry, Hufflepuff, Tigger Randy Blonde, if you're watching also. I hope you have a wonderful weekend to everyone as well. And, let's see what else is here. And of course, Papa. Thanks for being here, Papa. Have a great weekend. You too, Ziegler. Have a good one. And of course, Jordan. Take care, Jordan. And of course, Young, if you're watching. And that's everyone I can see. There was probably some more that have kind of gone off my screen, or I can't remember, or were just lurking. So, if I've forgotten anyone, my apologies to anyone I might have forgotten. And again, to everyone who was watching. I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, so that's me. I'm done for this stream. We'll be back again tomorrow at the same time. We'll definitely get this out. Yeah, there's not much to do. Once we get over that stupid freighter thing. And you too, Ziegler. Have a good one. So, without further ado, let's do this raid. And, yeah, hope to see you again tomorrow, guys. Have a good one. Now you'll get the little Xbox logo just for a moment. It kind of pauses, and I'll lurk on this stream, but truth be told, I'll probably be asleep in about 10 minutes. I've been kind of struggling to stay awake for the past 20. Right, let's see who's out there.